Hey everybody, and welcome to a poetic wild ride with Steve-O. We've got Maynard James Keenan of Tool, A Perfect Circle, Pussifer, and I have to say I've been a fan of this guy for considerably more than half of my life. I've always known him to be so mysterious, such an enigma, larger than life, like just a rock star. He would say just a poet. But man, I don't think we've ever seen me do a podcast with somebody I was such a fan of, which makes for just an incredibly entertaining experience, which includes the most embarrassing moment I think I've ever experienced on the podcast. And you're not going to want to miss it. It's pure gold. Also, I want you to know that tomorrow, as this comes out, on Friday, March 31st, Pussifer is releasing Existential Reckoning Rewired, which is a track-by-track reimagining of Existential Reckoning, their last album. That is available Friday, March 31st. Be sure to get it and strap on your seatbelts for this one. Let's get into it.
We're good.
Okay, so we won't waste any time.
Check.
We're recording every camera?
Hey,
We're recording every camera.
You're blowing your shot with that blind not being down. Yeah, that's not the blind. That's.
Check.
You guys are doing great.
There you go. Yeah, now you're not so shooting into the light. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, Maynard James Keenan.
Where?
Yeah, dude. You've met Scott Randolph. This is Vinny.
What's up, dude?
Sir?
Nice to meet you.
And we're here in Arizona. Thank you so much for inviting us out here, man. What an honor.
It's an honor to have you here, watching people storm your overly branded bus.
Yeah, it's not so subtle. My tour bus is obnoxiously wrapped with my face and name, and I have regretted that at times.
Never regret.
Yeah. You said that you're just dripping with anxiety to look at the wrap on the bus.
Oh, yeah. I was like, to drive around with my name on a bus, I would just be folding in on myself.
Yeah, you guys don't put Tool on the side of yours in the show?
Was there ever a bus that had Tool on it?
No.
Pussifer?
Nope.
Nothing.
No. I think at some point we did maybe Perfect Circle, and it was like, never again. Like, that was 1999 or 2002 or something like. What a dumb idea.
I don't expect to wrap any buses again in the future, for what it's worth. Yeah, I was dying to ask about that, if there was ever a tour bus.
We had Paul Frank wrapped a Perfect Circle bus at some point. That was kind of cool.
Okay.
How many tour buses are you guys taking out with Tool when you guys are going around?
Fuck. I would be guessing.
10?
7, 8.
Wow.
And you guys each get one?
Yeah, we finally got to that age where it's like, I kind of like you, but not that often.
I don't want to breathe in your farts at night.
No, yeah, no. Yeah, but then I go right back on the road with Pussifer, and it's 20 people, 20 person bus. We're all just crammed on top of each other.
Wow.
So, it's good to know what it's like.
So,
Reset.
I could have guessed that you wouldn't have been big on wrapping buses because you're notoriously private. And
here I am on camera being private.
I know, that's the thing is, as I understood it, in the early days of Tool, like you guys basically at all costs avoided being on camera, like avoided doing interviews, like didn't, like you were pretty unseen. And you've opened up over the years. Mm-hmm. Like, is there a philosophy to being less private?
Well, I mean, there's many layers to that. Friends get together, we write some songs, I write some poems and sing to them. It's not that special. So I don't know why you're tripping over yourself to come taste my skin, It just seems weird to have that kind of that reaction over some fucking poems. It seems weird.
Right.
So it's out of balance for what seems normal.
Right.
But also just like your private life should be, kind of your private life, right? But then, flipping that around, like trying to don't photograph me. Then you just have to start listening to what you said yourself and go, am I so important?
Right.
Not really that important. But at the same time, you like your privacy. So
Sure.
when you're serving food, people are there to have the food. But when you're not serving food, I shouldn't be bugged about recipes.
Right. That makes sense. With the writing the poems, it's crazy to me that you seem to strive to not really play a role in making the music. You want the music done, and then...
Well, it depends on the project.
Right.
Yeah, so, historically I wrote a lot earlier with Tool. We all wrote together. I would bring a piece. Everybody would bring something to it. Same thing with Pussifer. With Billy, he wrote a bunch of stuff. He just had a bunch of stuff written. So that was kind of the process that we just kind of went with Perfect Circle. But with Pussifer, there's a lot more collaboration going on between Matt and Karina and I. Tool, like I said, early days, we were all writing. But as you get older, stubborn, more successful, and the egos start to swell, and all four of us can't fit our heads in one room, one of us has to back out and just let that fight occur.
Right.
And then wait for the chips to fall and then go, okay, I'll write some poems to that.
Yeah, so you get the music, and then and notoriously the music can take a long time to get to you.
Mm-hmm.
And then when it does get to you, you turn around because you're trying to react to the music.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
And generally, that's how I write. I've been working in Logic. Finally unlocked the Logic magic door where I can come up with rhythms and melodies that are just kind of sketches on a napkin, and I'm able to write a lot more music in that way because I'm not a drummer, I'm not a guitar player. I can play guitar, I can barely tune a guitar, and that's how I used to write, is on a bass. But I just kind of like, because there's better bass players, because there's better guitar players, I just kind of let them do that. But now that I've unlocked this little tool, no pun intended, in Logic, I'm like, I have this new thing now where I can't finish my coffee unless I write at least a beat or a melody in Logic, and then send that off to Matt and Karina and Pussifer. Go, here's my morning coffee. So like at least 3 a week. I send them something. So I have like this folder of like 40 things I've been working on over time. And I'm sending some of those to, if it sounds like it's leaning toward Perfect Circle or it's leaning toward Tool, I'll send them those way. But usually you just get crickets back from those guys. So they're like, that's a cute riff. Stay in your fucking lane.
Nice. With the Pussifer, just the name of the band, and V is for vagina. Like, there's so much.
What are you implying?
I'm observing the naughtiness, and there's been like Tool's been naughty like from the get go, and there's been issues with like censorship and stuff.
Oh yeah.
How much of it is like, oh, let's like. What I'm trying to think of my question here. Like,
I'm emotionally 11.
I like that. I like that, and I relate to that.
Like, how much did it screw you over with success?
Oh.
Right?
I mean, you guys almost tried to not be successful, it seems like.
Oh man, Pussifer, we shipped the first record, V is for Vagina, we were doing great, it all went out. From the time that we started recording V is for Vagina until the day that we actually released it, the record industry fucking collapsed. So all the record stores were open when we started recording. When we released, Tower and Virgin had all closed. Like, all those mom and pops had closed. We were stuck with Target, Best Buy, Kmart, and Target sent our albums back because it said vagina on it.
Yeah.
I was like, what?
Were you pissed?
You don't like vagina?
Yeah.
I love.
I know, it's kind of like us with the hot sauce. Like, Amazon's like, dude, you guys are doing great. We want to put you on the front page. Our hot sauce is called Hot Sauce for Your Butthole. Mm-hmm. And they're like, can you change the word butthole? And Steve's like, no fucking way.
You figure out a way to not have a butthole, we'll change the name.
Right. You heard it
Then
here
we could
first.
talk.
Yeah.
Right.
So, I mean, there's kind of a parallel there. But when you guys relied on that income with Walmart and Target and all those places, right?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you're like, fuck, what do I do?
Yeah, I mean, because Pussifer's an independent band, so like, I wrote the check for all that vinyl.
Yeah.
And had to not only pay for the vinyl to be made, but to have the vinyl shipped back to me and then rent a fucking warehouse to put it in. Mm-hmm. And we sold it all eventually, but like that was scary. Like to have, 80,000 pieces of vinyl shipped back to you.
I love that you
what
said
year was
piece
that?
of vinyl.
What's that?
I love that you said piece of vinyl.
Yeah.
It's a real.
What year was that? Was that before all the success?
No, that was Pussifer. That was 2007, 2006. No, yes, 2007 when everything kind of fell apart.
Fuck.
Yeah.
So what do you do? How'd you get rid of all those records?
We just kept touring and kept making
Selling on the
records
road.
and doing shit, and they finally sold. Recently this last year we got a whole new run of, color variants on it. Those are still moving. So it's just, I don't know. I'm fucking stubborn. So don't take no for an answer and just keep going.
Mm-hmm.
What is your opinion of record labels, like in general? Like,
No pressure.
well, no, I mean, as I understand, I've never sold music, so I'm pretty ignorant. But I've always understood that in order to make it big, you need the record label.
Yeah.
But
so
in order to make money,
this is very individual based. This is all very specific to an individual artist. Most artists are some woe is me, somebody touched my butthole. Gonna bring it back to your hot sauce. When I was a kid,
like a Wayne
now I
song.
gotta be up in front of people acting like a moron. No idea how to do business, no idea how to organize anything, but you're incredible at whatever this art is that you've developed over the years, dancing around in front of a mirror with your fucking brush, right? So that you need somebody like a manager or a label to kind of handle all that business side of things in theory. But if you have a head for that, you really don't need a label. You just don't. If you understand how to run a business, but now we're back to like most artists,
right?
No clue. They can barely get up before 11, right? It's just not in their nature, right? I come from a farming community back in Michigan. I'm a martial artist, so there's things you got to do during the day to prepare for that. You can't just have a big breakfast and go run on the mat and start doing jiu-jitsu, right? So I'm up at 5:30 just because that's just my nature. I plan. So I don't know. I think labels aren't necessary. What it comes down to is individual jobs within promoting an album that I might not be able to handle, like actual marketing and actual like
Distribution.
mailing lists and all that kind of shit that like there's various ad agencies and promotional institutions and marketing people that have that covered. And then there's the logistics of, warehousing and shipping and dates and deadlines and stuff that I have a head for, but I delegate that to my wife because she's really good at it. So we kind of manage it that way. So if you can do that, do that.
Yeah.
And do you want to be as big as, whatever the biggest star is nowadays? Well, then you have to be part of the system. 100%. If you're going to be Beyonce, you have to be tapped in because everybody wants their fingers in that pie, and that way it gets big because the bigger the pie, the bigger your slice, right?
Right.
So there's that. But at the level that Pussifer's operating at, we're playing to like 2,000, 3,000 people. It's a decent number of people to play to, but you still have to manage those margins.
Right.
And try to talk to some dude in some rock band that you know about the word margins. See how that goes.
Right. Scott's my guy.
Yeah.
For all of that. How long you been married?
10 years.
Wow.
We actually got married on leap year day, so 2.5 years.
3113. Is that right? Because that's my sober birthday. On leap year, I thought it was a leap year that year. But
well, it was on 29th of February.
12.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I thought I got sober on a leap year, and so then like 4 years later, I was like, dude, I got sober on a leap year. Like that wasn't a leap year that year. I always thought I was a leap year baby.
So you're bad at math.
Yeah.
And you're in charge of
margins.
He's in charge of Steve's margins.
Yeah, for sure.
seek other.
For sure.
So you're just about exactly 10 years older than I am.
Okay.
And you've been married for 10 years. I've been engaged for 5 years.
Okay.
I'm getting married this year.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
So 10 years behind you on that, too.
All right.
Is this the first time you've ever said that out loud?
I mean, I would like to be married this year.
Wow.
But I'm
time
also
I'm
going to be
hearing
doing
it.
a lot of crazy things this year. So.
Are you going to get married with tits or without tits?
I think that's going to be the final test for my fiance. For my next tour, I'm putting together this really wild show called Steve-O's Gone Too Far Tour. And I'm going to...
Thinking of the implants?
I'm not thinking of it. I'm going to absolutely do it.
Okay. I don't want to show you my Amazon cart right now, but like I literally was buying, everything going on. I was like, I got to bring back the tits
Nice.
because I used to wear them
Yeah.
in '97, and I ordered them, and I got this. It's like weird, like it's a whole sleeve, like you have to put it on like a vest, and it's tits. Like these feel like this is like stripper tits. They're like they're silicone. But they're like right here. So I put it on and my wife's like, what the fuck are you wearing? It looks like headlights like this. Tijuana boob job. It's awful.
I'm told that I can fit D's or double D's with like proper breast surgery.
Go C cup.
You think?
Yeah, it'll look better.
Yeah, Steve's look a lot better, dude.
I mean, dude, there's just something about D or double D.
I know.
If you're gonna go D, might as well go double.
Yeah, that's
You
kind
probably
of
shouldn't talk about that in front of your wife.
right.
That you even know what a D cup looks like.
Right, that's true.
Let's just edit this part out.
That's my girl is not super thrilled about that whole plan, but I'm only gonna have them for like 3 months,
Okay.
and it's just for the production period of the show.
Logistic mind, I'm kind of going, okay, give yourself time to do the thing, heal from the thing, get healthy from the thing, and then go do the tour.
Well, right. I'm not touring with the tits. I'm just doing I do a multimedia tour. So there's everything gets shot, the show gets put together, and then the tour goes on as a multimedia thing.
Okay.
I feel like you got to do at least one meet and greet with the tits, though.
I'm gonna do a lot of things with the tits, bro.
Okay, so
But that's not what this is about.
I'm just riffing here. If you have the tits and it's super low cut, right? Just barely nipple, right?
Yeah.
Just a little bit of areola, but make sure there's a camera
See how many guys...
so that you're watching dudes like come up to shake your hand and they're like the eye contact issue.
I got a whole whiteboard.
That should be.
What can I say, man? I got plans. I got a lot of plans. And you gotta have plans, especially when it comes to your health. Your diet is the most important thing, man. That is why I go with Athletic Greens, specifically AG1 from Athletic Greens, which is the most comprehensive, convenient supplement you can get. It is delicious. It's loaded with 75 different vitamins, minerals, whole food sourced superfoods, adaptogens, probiotics. I mean, they put more good stuff in there than can be believed. And again, it is delicious. You dump a scoop in your pint of water to get hydrated at the beginning of the day, and you have filled in all of the gaps in your diet. You've helped your gut health, your cognitive health. I mean, dude, it's just good for everything. I swear by it. I love it. And if you go to athleticgreens.com/Stevo, they will give you an entire year's supply of vitamin D, immune boosting, and 5 convenient travel packs of the AG1 I speak of with your first purchase. Again, that is at athleticgreens.com/Stevo. Jump on it. You'd be a fool not to. Now, let's get back to it. Yeah, it's
Eye contact.
yeah.
Like a screensaver.
Yeah, there's a lot. Did you know that your music was in super rad skate videos?
Yeah.
Were you aware of that? Like,
Yeah.
loved it.
I think mostly illegally.
Yeah,
But,
I think mostly
of course.
legally, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean,
Rebels.
Big Brother got away with murder in that regard.
Right,
Like,
there was a Union Wheels video, and both Tom Boyle and Chris Markovich had tunes of yours, and both, it was just fantastic.
You have an address for them?
you know these guys?
I particularly loved that. Now, So we're in Arizona. This is where you do your wine thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, talk to me about doomsday prepping.
Yeah.
I love that.
Is that why you guys like Bromptons? Because they're like easy to pack and take? Does it have anything to do with
Speaking
doomsday?
of packing, it is Arizona. I think, part of my doomsday mindset is just understanding water and farming, right? Because I think part of it is there's going to be climate changes, there's going to be weird things that happen, and if you understand the movement of the sun and the stars and seasons in your area, it really is about, for the reset, right? Understanding how to get beyond those things and survive. Preppers, I think, if they're really, smart preppers, they're thinking about the first 72 hours of when shit really goes down and just maintaining sanity for that period of time, and then maybe having some kind of store of water or food or something for a while. But when it comes to like actual doomsday, like radiation and nuclear weapons, like there's no amount of preparing that can help you with that. That's fucking absurd. Like,
Yeah.
There's nothing you're gonna do to outrun something that's that massive of a scale. But I think it's part of like, okay, so I was telling you, we just moved our jiu-jitsu academy over to another location, better location, more square footage, like more students coming in. It's great. But part of the idea of self-defense training is that now I can kick somebody's ass. And if you've never wrestled or done boxing or Muay Thai or judo before ever in your life, the idea that you're going to stop somebody who has a little bit of that background that's bigger or stronger or faster than you, that's kind of dumb. But what I have noticed is that people, short of gunshot wounds, if you come in and you're training enough, you're actually putting yourself in a stressful situation. And if you've never had somebody lay on top of you, you were saying like that was something that was big for you, like having that suffocation feeling.
Claustrophobic.
If you become accustomed to that feeling and you're able to work through the stress of that feeling of somebody on you, pressuring you will against will, and you're able to relax through that, I think when it comes to things like end of the world scenarios, just remaining calm and clear, knowing how to secure fresh water, knowing how to where to look for food or how to grow food when it's all said and done, that amount of, not peace of mind, I guess it's kind of peace of mind, but that being able to relax through it and accept the fate and just go, this is what we're going to do. We just found that people that get in weird situations that have done enough martial arts in their life, they don't go completely to that red zone where they black out and tunnel vision and their limbs go numb as much as somebody who's never done a martial art or ever had somebody laying on top of them or attacking them, trying to strangle them or whatever. So it is kind of you're relieving the initial stress and the adrenaline dump, right? Yeah. First amount of tricks you guys used to do with Jackass, I guarantee the first a bunch of those you did, you go, man, I don't remember. Because you went right into that weird adrenaline dump thing initially.
I get like that when I go on stage, open for Steve. I will black out and I won't remember what the fuck I'm supposed to say.
Yeah, because it's a weird adrenaline dump and you get tunnel vision and cotton mouth and all those things. But as you've done it a couple times, even though there's a thing you've never done before and you're worried about doing it, it's not nearly as daunting as the first time you did it before the cameras were ever even rolling.
Right. And there's also a lot more of the anxiety leading up to it is scarier than the thing itself.
Right. And once you've been through that a couple times, you go, oh.
Right.
Remind yourself of that and you're fine. Breathe through it. That's one of the things we always, when people you're new here, you haven't done any of these things. That's what I was telling you, I did that whole seminar to just explain the movements before the movements. There's an introduction to jiu-jitsu. Yeah, I can show you all these things. I can show you the guard and show you all these things. But if you don't even understand how to move your body to begin with, to defend yourself, to get out of this thing. Right? Survive, escape, control, submit. You can't submit if you have no control over the situation and you don't have an exit strategy to just survive, right?
Right. You said that you're making a documentary about that?
Yeah, we filmed the seminar itself. I'm editing it together with these guys, and I'm going to probably go back and film some more to really detail it. But just the understanding their body movements and things you're going to end up encountering in a new jiu-jitsu academy. If you don't even understand how to move your body and control your own weight on the ground, now you have somebody on top of you. If you have any kind of childhood trauma, you're like, you don't want to be here. You're out.
I used to be put under mattresses when I was a kid, so it just stirs that up for me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Dude, I will bite and fucking shit myself. I'll do anything to get out of that situation. Like, no fucking questions asked.
Yeah.
Like, I don't give a fuck if my mom died on top. I'd bite her fingers off, you know?
Yeah.
If biting doesn't work, then shitting yourself.
Shitting.
I mean, it seems like the most logical step, right?
I'm just down to go to that, like, like I remember when I was driving to a party one time, they put me in the back of a car.
Bite.
And then, like...
Shit stuff.
Yeah.
Got it.
Well, dude, then people kept piling in. And then so, like, I was in the back of the car, and somebody's like, hey, everybody, look, Scott's about to freak out. And then that just freaked me out, and I just started punching my way out the side window.
I believe that's called triggered.
Yeah.
I read it online.
Triggered.
Yes.
So,
Hey, look, everybody, Scott's about to shit his pants.
Now, if you're going to shit yourself, or frankly, if you're going to shit at all, then you should know about my favorite sponsor of the Wild Ride podcast ever, which is Hello Tushy, makers of bidets. Bidets, I swear by. They come, you attach it to your toilet very easily. It's got a knob. And that knob, when you twist it, it just fires this awesome blast of water, like pressure cleaning your butthole. It leaves you so clean. It reduces your toilet paper use. It's great for the environment. You are squeaky clean, and once you use it, you never go back. And if you go to hellotushy.com/Stevo, then you get 10% off your order. But be sure to use the promo code Stevo too. That's hellotushy.com/Stevo. And use the promo code Stevo for 10% off your first order so that you can figure out what I'm talking about. I don't call this my favorite podcast sponsor ever for no reason. And that's why you got to get over to hellotushy.com/Stevo now. Now let's get back to it.
Right, prison pocket.
Oh, God.
You just did that to yourself.
But yes, going back to the doomsday prepping, I feel like there's this looming thing that I'm going to be the one who survives, but it's like there's so many infinite variables about what that even means.
Right.
You're better off tuning yourself to understanding farming, growing your own food, finding fresh water, like those kind of basic things that you would have to do. I remember watching the Walking Dead series, and I'm watching it just going, this is cool, the drama, whatever, there's a zombie. But then all of a sudden I was like, where are they getting their water? Right? And then like the next episode was them like literally trying to find water. So whatever the writer did, like they were, it's like they put that in there, like literally part of their entire survival was like trying to find water for an entire episode, which is probably going on across the whole story everywhere with people realizing that, because there's things you just don't even...
Right.
Okay, your car broke down on the side of the road. Is it going to be cold tonight? Is it going to be hot tonight? Do you have water? Do you have any food? Like, just all those things that go through your head in the middle of Australia when your bus breaks down, right?
Right.
Well, what do you think's going to happen, and what do you think's going to happen for, like, doomsday?
I mean, I think that you've got, like, economic collapse is right at the top of the list. Heaven forbid, nuclear war. And that seems increasingly likely.
May you live in interesting times. Fuck you. Give me the boring times.
Yeah,
Water crisis.
Yeah.
Water's definitely, water wars is a big one. Climate in general. What are the other mega threats? Another
TikTok.
Another pandemic is
Likely.
Yeah, I remember the
AI. AI.
Yeah,
AI
yeah,
just
I mean,
take
that
over
could,
everything.
be
as far as
Terminator 2 shit.
interrupting just basic utility systems. If somehow the AI decides to make a decision that is global in terms of like
Right.
delivery of electric or gas or whatever.
Let's add cyber war to the cyber warfare. I think is a legit one. There was a book written by Neil Strauss called like Emergency. This book could save your life, and for writing the book, Neil Strauss became he hung out with militia people and like all these different like scenarios. Got like a pilot's license, I think, and how to get citizenship in other countries, and like it was pretty fascinating that the learning how to ride a motorcycle, because when the shit hits the fan, everybody's trying to get out. You've got all the traffic, but the motorcycles can split lanes.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
Unless you live in some place that's like a small town of 500 people,
Right.
and you're already out of that awful situation.
Right. Yeah.
That's why I moved here, just because mainly because I didn't resonate with a large city. It just didn't. I'm from a small town, so I moved back out here because I have access to a large city to do the work I can do with the band. But like, I moved out here to get away from
Sure.
just that energy that was. I wasn't raised with that energy, so I make wine. I have farms. We have gardens and greenhouses, and I raise ducks and quail, and that's just who I am. So if you understand how to keep quail alive and keep ducks or chickens alive,
Eggs.
you got food, right?
Yeah.
You raise quail for the eggs
Yeah. We have these.
and the meat.
No, the meat. I have a hard time with that. I can't kill the ducks. We tried that.
Yeah.
Like I was like, okay, raise these ducks from babies, and it came time to like, okay, these ones have to go, and like I had nightmares for a week. So we have a bunch of these ducks that don't lay eggs that are just like freeloaders. They don't pay any rent.
So are you completely off the grid pretty much?
No. But and I think that again, going back to the preppers thing, that is an absolute absurd myth that you're going to be able to live off the grid for any length of time. If there's going to be some kind of materials that you need to trade for, you can't grow your entire thing by yourself. Generally speaking, you have to be a master at that stuff in the right location to deal with the seasonal changes and all that. You're going to end up having to trade something with somebody for some kind of thing to get a job done.
There's that
Whether it's
documentary.
food or resources or tools or whatever.
Gas.
You're gonna fuel. Well, even if that might be at that point where like there are you have to figure out how to do that. Well, that's where distillation comes in. You're figuring out how to like create a fuel, a flammable material from using wood to distill some kind of sugar-based.
So are you reading books on this shit like at night?
No,
before
it's
you go
just
to bed?
logic. It's just simple logic of like looking at what you do in your life. Are you going to just eat the raw food because somebody's going to need heat, or you need to like cook your food? Okay, well then you're going to need some kind of a fuel source to cook your food. Okay, well then what kind of it's just all these things unravel just logically and logistically in my head to go, okay, well, move to a small town, learn how to grow food and feed ducks and quail. And
How about bunkers? Are you into those?
I have you just saw one of them. Like that thing is temperature, because a bunker for me is a place where we can regulate temperature.
Okay.
So if I have to live in that thing in the middle of summer and the middle of winter, it's going to maintain a certain temperature, so it's a comfortable living setting.
I
for us
thought
to live.
bunker had to be underground.
That's what I thought.
Well, use
too.
the lower part of that.
Okay.
There's a roof that's easily 3 feet thick, and it's surrounded on three sides by ground. So you roll those doors down, and that is technically it's a bunker. It's not buried underground like you have to go through a tunnel to get to it. That's can't even imagine the psychological mess you'd be living in one of those for about a month.
I don't disagree that it might be unpleasant to spend that much time in a bunker, but I really like the idea of having a bunker. And the only problem is, how are you going to pay for it? And I have your answer. You start killing it in the e-commerce game. That's how you become prepared for disasters, by making money. And how do you do that? Well, you start off by having something to sell, like Steve-O's hot sauce for your butthole, or the excruciatingly hot Steve-O's butthole destroyer. Now, I sell this stuff on Amazon. I sell it at stevo.com. And that's what's great about this sponsor, ShipStation. It's how I sell everything online. Now, if you're selling on Etsy, Amazon, your own website, doesn't matter. ShipStation is one easy to use interface that brings all of these platforms into just one thing. And it also brings in all of your methods of shipping, like the United States Post Office, FedEx, UPS. It's all in one interface, and they give you access to the best rates, which are normally reserved for Fortune 500 companies. And it is so easy. You get an order and boom, prints out your label. You put the label on the box and it's out the door. Shipping paid for. It's that easy. It's ShipStation. It's time to make ship happen so you can get prepared for doomsday. Okay? Now, even better, you get a 60-day free trial if you go to ShipStation.com and use the promo code STEVO. 60-day free trial. That's a big deal, man. You're going to find out how easy it is to kill it in the e-commerce game. I mean, dude, go to ShipStation.com and use the promo code STEVO. And hand to God, that is how I sell all of my merch. That is how I ship every order with ShipStation. I love them. You need to use them. ShipStation.com, promo code STEVO. Let's get back to it. Yeah.
So that was strategically built to where like it picks up wind and the
It just picks.
sunlight.
It just makes sure that the if the power grid goes out for a period of time, because I'm assuming that we're all going to try to get back on the same page to fix whatever breaks, right?
Right.
So that bunker is meant to be that way so that it has thermal mass, and therefore my wines being stored in there don't go bad, even though the power's off for a week, 2 weeks. It's meant to house them in that way, so they're preserved.
You sell the wine in Whole Foods?
No, I think Whole Foods picked up some of our stuff at some point, but I don't really make enough wine to really be in those larger
Right, okay.
chains. We make quite a bit, but Whole Foods tends to be like, we want to make sure that
Right.
you have a fuckload of wine, and
Right.
we always want to be able to get it. And there's consistency with that, so you end up with much larger things.
So you're a boutique wine label.
Kind of, yeah. We're at about 15,000 cases split between 4-8 Wineworks, Caduceus, and Merkin, which is pretty small compared to most California wineries.
How does Arizona compare to California? California's like wine country, right?
Yeah. The best way to describe what's going on in Arizona, we're high. This is geeky stuff now, so you're going to lose your audience, but I'm going to say it anyway because you asked me. Argentina, you're familiar with Mendoza, and you have all the Malbecs that come from that area. That elevation and that latitude is similar to where we are. So as far as high, get snow in the winter, and it's higher altitude, temperatures and everything are very similar. So if you've ever had an Argentinian Malbec, now you know that we can grow wine here, okay? Because you know that's a possibility.
And the lava soil?
Yeah, we have volcanic soil here. We have a lot of limestone as well, because you should be completely underwater here, ocean. But as far as what we end up producing out of here that ends up being strong, it's very Mediterranean. So Italian, Spanish wines really grow well here. California, they have kind of the more Bordeaux and Burgundy kind of French soils and climate that kind of back that up. We're more like Italy, Spain, southern France, Portugal. That's our strength.
What elevation is this?
Here we are at, I'm going to get it wrong, because Jerome, we're 4,900 feet. Down in Cornville, we're at like 3,000, 3,200 feet. So I'm going to say, I think here we're about 4,100 feet.
Mm-hmm. And that's important when you're farming elevation.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
'Cause certain cacao grows like 7,000 to 9,000 feet.
Yeah.
Coffee bean grows at like 2,000 to 4,000 feet.
Yeah.
That was all fascinating to me.
Very specific.
Yeah. So then
But
like
grapes,
Paso
so
Robles?
because of there's yes and no on that. So if I'm at 4,000 feet here, I'm technically, compared to California, we're farther south. We're closer to the equator. So you go, oh, it's going to be too hot to grow grapes there because you've been in Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
You don't bother trying to grow grapes there. But Phoenix is a lower elevation. So the closer you get to the equator, the higher in elevation you have to go. So now you get the cooler temperatures because you're higher up.
Okay.
So depending on the coffee beans, it's elevation, but it's also latitude. Where are you?
Can you grow hydroponic grapes?
That's a big facility.
Yeah.
That would be a large facility.
People ever do it?
I'm sure they have, but that's cost prohibitive.
Like with energy.
Well, just having to build a huge building to put your grapes in it, that's a lot of infrastructure.
Is it the dank?
It's the kind,
Is that shit the dank, dude?
Yeah.
Yeah,
fire?
Cron. I mean, the wine is a crazy world, evidently. So with yoga, like every day you start with a physical exercise. Is that
Kind
right?
of, yeah. Yeah, I mean, just a walk around the vineyard to begin with. Just you watched walking up this hill was just like, it doesn't matter how many times I walk up that hill. It's being on a stairmaster for the first as in your waking moments. It's
Right.
It wins you. But we do the Jiu-Jitsu Academy. I'm blending Jiu-Jitsu with actual physical, warm-ups and conditioning. Lauren Landau, Aaron, one of his main guys there out of Denver, Landau Performance has all these great programs for strength and conditioning that are non-invasive, not injury-prone. It's not like doing CrossFit. If you're trying to do CrossFit to do like a professional sport, you're an idiot because you're going to get injured and now you can't do your professional sport.
Right. Okay.
So the more strength and conditioning stuff that Lauren's doing is you're getting as in shape, but you're not risking injury doing it. Make sense? Not throwing big ass weights around and trying to.
Right. Like running is generally not really good for you.
Not great. It's not great. But like Versa climbers, ever been on one of those Versa climbers?
Yeah,
Oh my
ellipticals and
god,
stuff.
that thing should be buried in hell.
Yeah.
They're
Okay.
great.
They have those in Brompton version where they fold it.
Fold it up.
Do they?
No.
Put it in your. I wish, man.
Dude.
The Versa climber is like this mean-spirited medieval fucking torture device that I love it.
Well, how long has this regimen been like? Have you been doing this for? I mean,
I go in phases. You go on the road and you try to maintain that, and then just the hours of
Right.
you're on stage at 9 or 8 o'clock, and you're not getting off until 11, and you haven't eaten because I can't eat after 5 because I have to go on stage, right? So then now you're eating at like
Right.
midnight, which is the dumbest time to eat, and then you got to go to bed in a bouncing thing down the highway. So my workout schedule on the road just goes to shit because you can't figure out how to get that. Now you're trying to recover by sleeping till noon.
Yeah.
Or
Do you
11.
like the tour bus life?
No.
Do you
I don't
get
like
to a
touring.
place? Do you stay in a hotel or do you stay in the bus?
It's all about the timing. It's all about sleep, like hitting the REM state.
Yeah.
So if I'm at REM state, like if it's like 5 a.m. and the bus can stay where it's at and I don't have to get out of it, I'll stay in the bus to sleep, just so I can get through that stage. Then get up around like 8 or 9 and get in the hotel room and then. But if you go back to bed, then now you're fucked because you're gonna sleep till 2 and.
Do you have a method of calculating your REM sleep? No.
How do you know? Dreams?
When they say, "Hey man, you want to go in the hotel?" I'm like, "You cocks!" Like you're like ripped out of the cool hot air balloon. You were floating around the Amazon River. You dick! It was a great dream. Fucker. No, I think it's just I can track it more when I'm home, and I know where that state is because I hit it, and then when I wake up refreshed. But in the bus, it's like trying to hit that state. It's hard because sometimes it's a long drive, and right when you would be in that state, you're going through Ohio and hitting every pothole that was ever invented.
Yeah.
I saw a Tool concert. I've seen a couple, but 1996 in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Albuquerque.
And I was living there. I was so just I mean, not to crawl up your ass and you know smother it with kisses, but it was.
I think you're saying you meant to say butthole.
Yeah.
Bring it back.
I mean, there was like just like the notes, man. Like the recreate. Like there's certain bands like just aren't great live, and I've found Tool to be unbelievably stellar live.
Okay.
And I mean, I just wanted to throw that out there.
That was great. You did great.
He's like, what's your point, Steve?
He did great. Just let it go.
Okay, over. Now I feel my face turning red. How has perform like it's been so many years now, like
Well, you know, old cars, right? They used to an old Barracuda, man, just like tearing up the streets. You try to do that with an old Barracuda now, and it's gonna break. Something's
right.
It just can't do that. So, I think with age, you find ways to sing the thing where it's not creating damage. You can actually recreate it without having to pick a scab emotionally and literally,
right.
hurting yourself. So I think my writing has changed over the years. And I can do some of those songs. I can't do a whole set of those songs.
Right.
I can pepper them in, so I can still do some of those things, but you can't, if you're actually sitting down and thinking about it, you can't expect some of those dudes that, back in the day to do the thing they did when they were 30 year ago, 40 years ago. That you can't expect that out of that body. Your body doesn't do those things forever. Did you see the latest, it was like a year ago, Mike Tyson fighting?
Yeah.
Who did he fight?
Roy Jones.
Yeah. So as much of a monster as that dude is, and I have all the respect in the world for Tyson, watching him do that, it's like, please don't do this ever again.
Yeah.
Because you can see the age. There's an absolute expiration date on that high performance, and at the level that guy was operating at when he was in his prime, and to watch whatever that was,
right?
If you don't get it by seeing that, and I'm using him as an example, like that glaring example of like that is an absolute expiration date. Your body is not going to allow you to perform the way you used to perform at certain ages. So you can apply that to pretty much everybody when it comes to physical.
Sure.
That's why Jackass is gonna be so funny when they're 70.
It's gonna be like the broken hip episode.
Just break in half.
Talking about the stunts, and they break a hip going to get a fucking yogurt.
For sure.
Right. I have found my bones to be considerably more brittle at this time. And I had the same reaction to the Mike Tyson fight. And I love Mike. I was actually at his little compound where he does his podcast at the Tyson Ranch with a bunch of friends and stuff. And I felt the same way that you just described. But also, it was like a phenomenally successful event. Like,
yes,
it wasn't.
So there's and that always ends up being the factor. Money. It's just it twists motherfuckers, and if many people that probably have their hand out to make money on that fight for Tyson, I'm sure they have their hand out again trying to talk him into doing another one.
Right.
When you as the viewer, you see Anderson Silva connect. Dude, the other night, Sanhagen and Cheeto, those guys are lightning fast with those strikes, right? And to watch Mike Tyson, knowing how fast he was, and then see, you can perceive the microsecond delay that he has to deal with now.
I said in the intro that I had the most embarrassing moment on the podcast ever, and I think we can agree. But man, Maynard was cool to save the day by just talking about how we lose our virility as we get older. And, it's true. And that's why I love Blue Chew. Because I'm getting older, man. It's harder for me to perform, all right? Now, even if you're a young buck, turns out Blue Chew is actually just a lot of fun. No matter where you're at in your life, it's more fun when you're rocking Blue Chew. Why? Because Blue Chew are chewable tablets with the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis. It's one ingredient, active. And man, when it activates, it is party time. And Blue Chew only costs a fraction of the price of Viagra and Cialis. And if you go to bluechew.com and use the promo code STEVO, you can get an entire month's supply of Blue Chew tablets absolutely for free. All you gotta pay is $5 for shipping. And they make getting the prescription super easy because you just do it with the online medical provider at bluechew.com. If you're getting older or if you're not, it's more fun with Blue Chew. Take my word for it. And go to bluechew.com, use the promo code STEVO to get an entire month's supply of Blue Chew tablets totally for free. All you pay is $5 for shipping. That's bluechew.com, promo code STEVO. Now, let's ride this baby out.
Compared to that, compared to what he was, especially when you watch, Cheeto and Sandhagen fight.
Or even when Chuck Liddell fought again,
Yeah, I was there
that's
for
just
that one. That was a tough one.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
But the money and the greed ends up being the factor that ends up taking a toll on people.
I mean, the older you get, like this last Australian tour, like really fucking damaged me. Like being back home, like what are you guys laughing at? This guy fucking couldn't even get in the country.
I'm with.
There's a story. I'm going to talk to him later.
He finally was able to get into the country, but like I'm just saying, no, like we did the 20 something shows in 30 days, and like we toured for the last 10 years, but like that, I can't catch up on sleep. All those different like something's off. These like last 5 days, and I got to go back in like 3 or 4 days.
Uh-huh.
Well, going that way is the easy way.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't even matter.
If the travel part's going to be the part that just gets you. That's why if I can opt to go from stage into a bed and then travel the next day.
These guys go off stage into a fucking Netflix marathon and stay up till like 3 or 4. But I'm like, dude, I have to fucking sleep or I'm dead.
Yeah. By the way, thank you for saving me from that moment where.
No, we're gonna circle back. Oh yeah, we're coming back around.
It was tough, man.
So enough about my hair. What do you think about me?
And thank you for mentioning UFC. God, do I fucking love it. Yeah. I love it so much. And the Cheeto Sandhagen fight, it was tough to watch Cheeto not get started on that fight.
Yeah, and so that
Sandhagen
we could go on for hours on that. Just that idea of the armchair jackasses chanting stupid shit and the audience having no fucking idea everything that went into that fight. You have no idea. Cheeto could have had the shits that day.
Sure.
And he has to deal with that going in, so that's that millisecond of timing off
for sure
for that night that he has to deal with that thing and nobody knows about it.
Understood.
He jammed a finger opening a drawer 4 hours before. You don't know like what's going on. So on that day, Sandhagen had the upper hand. That's it. Next time they meet, maybe a completely different story. It might be the opposite because those are both guys operating at the highest level of that thing. The guy teaching at our academy, Clay, is our black belt on site. He fought MMA and he ended up breaking his back during training at some point out in Denver. His last fight, he lost a decision to Sandhagen, who then got picked up after that. Like a fight later, he got picked up by the UFC. And hearing him tell stories of like just what you think you know about what's happening in that ring is absolutely beyond your comprehension in terms of just the level that they're operating at.
Right, and Sandhagen particularly with the switching stances constantly and coming from
his footwork is like Dominic Cruz and Sandhagen should be like writing code to upload to us later.
Do you watch every UFC?
I don't watch all of them. I definitely have my favorite fighters that I pay attention to. Mm-hmm. I was extremely, extremely, extremely happy for Holly Holm.
Yeah.
That was like so worried about that one. And to see her just, who the fuck are you? Damn!
Yeah, she was great.
Who do you have, Stipe or John Jones?
July
8th.
Oh shit! Really?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe I just made that up.
Yeah, I don't know because we didn't really get a chance to see a lot from John Jones then. Although he was training that exact strangle, so it could have been a setup. And again, that day, the dude across from him didn't. He had just a microsecond bad day. That's it.
Right.
And that changes the entire fight. So, I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing them fight again.
Right.
And I was always been a fan of John Jones. I think he's his worst enemy.
Yeah.
So
we spoke with Alexander Volkanovski when we were in Australia, just a couple days after the John Jones fight, and in the UFC rankings, Volk lost his #1 pound for pound to John Jones.
Okay.
And I submitted that we didn't get to see enough out of John Jones to warrant that. But then I doubled back and said, but the fact that he made it that easy there's a lot to be said for that too.
Yes.
So maybe I can't take that from him.
yeah, because other than Jones's own demons and him fucking himself up over the years, dude, he's one of the best.
Yeah, I mean, I think the consensus would be that now that he's the heavyweight champion, that he is the best.
All right.
I think that's the consensus. I mean, I love that. Yeah, have you ever been tempted to get your tweet on the screen?
I thought about it and I was like, here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna be like, let me see if they're gonna. Oh my fucking god! I misspelled that. Shit! I'm back. Yeah, I'll do something stupid.
For sure.
Like I'll put the wrong fighter's name up.
Oh my god! I did one of those. They're pretty good about not putting it up if you make a mistake.
All right.
What did I say? I got some I always get it wrong. I'm way too.
I'm the guy though that my friends are all like, there's no way that guy can lose, or that's no way that girl can lose. There's no way. They're the best in the world. And I go, look, they've won 10 in a row.
Amanda Nunes.
100%. Odds are against you, even if you're the best in the world. There's this weird thing, you're not allowed to, right? As good as you are, you're not allowed to win 13 in a row or 12 in a row. There's a number in there that's no, you don't get to win that one. You will immediately come back and fucking mangle the person in the next fight.
Yeah.
Because you are that good, but for some way the universe it won't let you have that thing. And so there's so many times that my buddy, you just met him, Tim, with the flip-flops up there.
Yeah.
He's like, no, there's no way that person's gonna, there's no way that Shevchenko's gonna lose. Don't say that.
I was a lot more surprised by Shevchenko getting caught by Grasso than I was Nunes getting caught by Juliana Pena.
Right.
Because
the next fight,
right.
Grasso's going to go, what happened?
Right.
Because Shevchenko's no joke. She's going to make the adjustment, and she's going to fix it and come at you. And unless Grasso keeps up with that adjustment, not going to happen.
I think Nunes has a way of getting in her own head. I think Nunes kind of lost to herself.
Yes.
And Shevchenko is less inclined to do that, I feel like.
Right.
So much more surprising.
Yeah.
I watched the Volkanovski Islam fight at Dana White's house, and I asked him 2 questions. I said, "What do you think about if in the inspection zone, when they're getting their cup checked and stuff, if they were standing on a scale so that the viewer could know how much weight they put on since the official weigh-in?" Because I'd be interested by that.
Right.
And he said that they had tried that a couple times and that he didn't like it because it drew attention to weight cutting, which they don't really care to do.
Right.
I said, okay, fair enough. How about this?
His weight cutting is awful.
It's gnarly.
It's awful.
Yeah, it's really gnarly. I said, how about this? There's been not much of a debate over open scoring because nobody's interested in it. But what do you think about at the beginning of round 2, round 3, if there's championship rounds, at the beginning of those rounds, show what the live odds are and how the odds have changed with each round.
Right.
And Dana, pulls his phone and sends a voice message to somebody, "Hey, Steve-O wants live odds." And he goes, "Check it out." And literally from that moment for the rest of that night, Every fight began with the live odds.
That's
Nice.
so sick.
And Dana said, "You're not wrong, Steve-O. I like this." He's like, "Steve-O's odds."
Because I was going to say, they just started doing that. Is that you?
Yeah.
That was me. But
Congratulations.
They don't,
Because I was
Thank
like,
you.
I like
you
this
by
adjustment.
Steve-O.
Because I was like,
Oh, you like that?
Because I'm watching, I see what I see, and this number now matches what I see.
Right, they're not doing it regularly. You know, it's not something that now is in place, and I think they're doing it more. I would love it if they did it all the time as a rule, but I understand why maybe they wouldn't want to do that, because it indicates more of a blowout fight, making it, you know, the illusion of. But it was during the Shevchenko Grasso fight. I texted Dana, live odds, please. And we got him right away.
Right.
And I thought Grasso was looking really good in that first round. But going into round two, the gap had swollen. And it said Shevchenko was minus 1,000. You know?
Yeah, and I remember seeing that going, that's not what I just saw.
That was not what I saw either. I was
Yeah, that's not what I
surprised.
saw.
And that minus 1,000 Shevchenko live odds made Grasso finishing her that round so much more satisfying, and made it so much more unlikely and awesome.
That's sick.
Yeah, we could talk about fighting
All night.
for hours all night. I love it.
We should steer the focus over to Vinny for a little while now.
Oh, God.
I do feel that I owe it to you to tell you about Vinny's prison pocket.
Well, we have a couple different options.
Yeah.
Vinny's
So,
prison
that's a
pocket.
wrap.
We have a spiritual story or a prison pocket story.
Yeah, take your pick.
I have a feeling they somehow intersect.
Sort of.
What do you want?
Vinny recently became our co-host, and he's great. He's colorful. And he just had this experience. A guy came up to him in public.
Yeah.
He thought you could tell the story.
I was at the gym working out, and after working out, I went to go to this restaurant in the same parking lot, and I finish eating. I get back in my car, and I see this Indian dude, maybe late 40s, early 50s, walk by my car. Turns his head, and he just locks eyes with me. He stops him in his track, and he just goes, "Excuse me, sir, you have a very lucky and happy face." And at first, I thought this dude was like a kook, you know, just like absolutely crazy. And he comes over to my car. He's like, "No, we were supposed to meet here at this very moment." And I'm like, okay, this dude is definitely a kook.
Verse.
Yeah. And then he grabs my wrist, right? And as soon as he grabs my wrist, I get this like intense feeling of like pins and needles.
You
And
described it as heroin, but
I described it as a
magnified.
heroin high, just times 1,000.
Okay.
And he starts
Woke up
asking,
missing a liver
yeah, right?
and a wallet.
And he's like, he kept saying we're supposed to meet here at this moment, and he takes out this piece of paper out of his pocket, and he's like, hold this tight in your right hand, and don't let go. I'm like, okay, like I'm really in this now, you know. And he's like, you were meant to be on this earth. Your purpose is making people laugh and making people happy. And he's like, what I want you to do is tell me a female relationship in your life that's been bringing negative energy. And the first thing that came in my mind was my mom. So I just said my mom's name. And then he's like,
What's her maiden name? And what's the last four of your social name?
Yeah. And then he goes like, he's like, name the first kind of flower that comes to your head. So I say lilies. He goes, what year did your mother birth you? I said 87. He goes, what do you want to do and what are you doing now? I was like, oh, I would like to do some TV stuff. And then he just goes on saying like, again, we were meant to meet here. You are on the right path. Like everything you're doing is the right thing. Keep doing what you're doing. You need to stop thinking so much. You need to stop planning so much and just do. And he goes, touch that piece of paper to your forehead and open it up. I touch that shit to my forehead and open it up. It has my mom's name, 1987, lilies, and TV.
see, that's where the story throws me off, because like that's part of like hokey magic
Yeah.
tricks, you know, like.
And then
But he had the paper in his hand.
I
here's the
had
thing.
the paper in my hand.
He had that experience, and for you to poo-poo whatever
not
that
like-
is,
right.
whatever magic came next for him,
Sure.
based on that experience, great.
Right.
If this guy stole his car and it's his identity, now we got a problem.
Yeah.
But whatever that is, and I have friends that they believe in ghosts, they believe in those things, they believe in tarot card, those things. I fucking love the stories of that. If that inspires you to be kinder or better or more constructive with your life, with somebody else's life, 100% in. But if you ask me honestly, that motherfucker had your number.
I mean,
That would be my cynical Irish guy.
so
I'm
look,
take
squarely
on
in
it,
your
right?
corner, and I don't want to poo-poo it.
No,
I love it. I love everything
but
about
like
it.
I'm kind of in the same corner too. But it's like, yeah, you can Google my birthday, like you could
Yeah.
find that shit out. But how's this dude gonna know that I'm gonna say Lily's?
Right.
And
Ask for the camera recording of the from the building.
That's not a bad idea.
Okay.
And the more compelling part of the story...
Because I think superheroes are real. A dude that's really fast ran around the building, wrote it on a piece of paper, and put it in his hand, and you couldn't see him. He was so fast.
Yeah.
I find the most compelling piece of the story the physical sensation that
Yeah.
came over
Yeah.
your body when he touched you.
Yeah, and then an uncontrollable sobbing. Like I couldn't stop crying, and it was almost like my heart was skipping beats,
Okay.
and I couldn't move. And then after he just says he leaves, I'm sobbing uncontrollably, and then I turn around and he's just gone. And it was so many emotions were going through my head. Like I'm fucking terrified. I'm kind of stoked. That was sick. I don't know what to do. I'm texting him. I'm like, dude, I'm freaking out. Like did I
Three
just have?
people called him, worried about him within that second.
After he
Were
left,
those people in on it?
no fucking way.
And,
fucking way.
your immediate response was, I think I might have just had a conversation with God.
That's what I texted him. That was the first thing I did.
Can't take that away from you.
Yeah,
No
was super
desire to
gnarly.
take that away from you.
yeah.
And so he says,
Where was this?
In LA.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, what would Michael Jordan be doing in LA?
Yeah.
and the next day, the one thing that he's been dreaming of the most.
Not dreaming, but
Well,
working
like,
hard.
really hoped you were
Obsessed.
He wanted to be verified on Instagram so bad. It happened the next day.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
and he got into Australia.
Yeah, and my they approved
And his
my,
Australian visa came
visa.
through, despite the fact that he is intent to sell, drug
Drug
dealer,
smuggling,
drug
fucking
smuggler,
prison pocket,
heroin
vaping.
addict.
Congratulations on all of those things.
Thanks,
He used to
dude.
live in a porta potty.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he went to prison for 6 months. He knew he was going to
What a
prison for 6
segue.
months.
Nice. So you talked to Michael Jordan in LA, but went to prison before
Yeah,
that.
he before that, and knowing that he was checking himself in for 6 months in jail.
Are you cool about talking about
Yeah,
this?
yeah, this is fine.
It's
Not gonna ruin
Right now.
It's not gonna ruin my chances with any more hot chicks. That's for sure.
This minor. Mellow. He knew he was going to be dope sick, so he went for the prison pocket.
Okay.
And what did you fit in there?
A hypodermic needle, 10 Xanax bars, a thing of rolling papers, maybe 2 grams of tobacco, and enough dope to last me a couple weeks.
I still got 5 more fingers.
Yeah.
I would have ended with this.
That's it?
Skittles.
I would have ended.
Skittles. Yes.
I would have ended with the hypodermic
needle,
needle.
yeah.
Some Brazilian coffee beans and a grinder.
Yeah, but the guy said this is Vinny's passed, and
Yeah.
and now Vinny's recently celebrated 5 years of sobriety. He's
Thank you.
killing it, doing like from where he was. He's on the right path, doing the right thing, and this magical Michael Jordan character told him, "Don't think so much, don't plan so much. Everything's going to work out in the months of April, May, and July.
April, May, July. Yeah.
Your life is gonna change radically for the better."
Yeah.
And I'm rooting for you, dude.
Well, thanks, dude.
I love it. I want it all to be true.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. And the fact that you got to tell that story.
But if it's not true, if it doesn't go the way that was described, take that as a challenge to make it go that way.
For sure. And the way that I think of it, it's just more of like, as long as I just continue like being the best version of myself every day, things work out without any explanation. I don't know how. It's just that's how it's been happening the last couple of years, and every year it's just been better and better. So that's just what I'm gonna do.
You are a special person.
Thanks,
Careful.
No. Vinny's a manifester, and he's a very
Yeah.
special person.
dude. Yeah, I believe having a manifestation.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I've always
old are you?
found.
35.
Yeah, you're there. You're like at that.
Yeah.
You figured out how to make those things happen.
When did it start happening for you?
Right around 28, I started realizing that there's ways that I could not manipulate time and space. It's not like that. It's just more paying attention to decisions that I already made and building on recognizing that decision process and recognizing that feeling in your gut combined with the experiences that you have logged up in your computer. Like combining experience with
28.
intuition to make decisions, but also going, I can't make the wrong decision.
Right.
It's going to lead to some educational conflict or some success that I can then build on for more good or bad decisions. They're just decisions, and you go forward.
Yeah.
Do you have a book that changed your life? Besides Doomsday Prepping, but like
Not doomsday prepping. I read a lot of Joseph Campbell back in college and things like that. But honestly, it was just experiences, paying attention to not just my own experiences, but my other friends' experiences, and just seeing what they went through for decisions that they made, and letting go of things that didn't matter. I think that's the biggest. Man, it just, if you can get to the point where you can understand what to let go of, like imagine how fun the internet would be if people knew how to just let go of shit and not engage and just fight to the death over the dumbest fucking hilarious shit ever.
Yeah.
It's just, and it's all about that. It's all that age of like, no, I have to win this fight with a stranger on the opposite side of the globe over fucking pizza recipes or whatever.
And on the flip side of that, if you can let go of, for me, the overdeveloped concern for the opinions of others. If I didn't,
Right.
if I wasn't so gripped by fear of what, people think of me, or so hurt by a negative comment.
Right. Oh yeah, but you're exposed like I am in that way. Like you take that seriously because you are an introspective person and you care. You're a caring person, so you're gonna take some of that on. That's just your nature. But being able to take a deep breath in those moments and let that shit go, is fucking hard, but it's essential.
Yeah.
Not easy.
And for what you were saying, my experience has been that when I get so stressed out, I'm trying to force something to happen, and it's like if I can just turn my attention and my energy to the work of recovery, everything else sorts itself out.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Am I doing the work of recovery? If I do that, then I don't have to worry about anything.
I was reading a book last night, U Squared. It talked about a fly just kept hitting the window and hitting the window. He just kept hitting the window, and then he just finally that he'll do that until he dies. And all he has to do is just turn around and go the other way, and he can go right into the door easily, and the wind will take him. Mm-hmm. So it's like, don't force anything. That was a really interesting.
And the wind will take him. That's the craziest part. Wow. My meditation app, every once in a while, it says, by struggling to paddle, like we'll inevitably drown. But if we just relax, we float.
Yeah.
Like a high fiber turd.
Yeah, like a high fiber turd.
That is true, but circling it back around to the UFC and doing martial arts and everything, that's some of the guys, as you watch those dudes get higher up in jiu-jitsu, they're so relaxed because they understand that the more this young dude who's just stressing out trying to win, 30 seconds this guy's going to be so gassed because he's wasting all of his energy rather than just like relaxing into the moment to go, if I put my hand here, where does this extremely experienced black belt put his hand? Where does he move his foot? Where does he shift his weight? Based on me doing a thing to see what he's doing, rather than me, like, I learned a dance move on YouTube and I'm going to try to force the dance move.
Right.
You're just wasting your time. You got to pay attention to what this guy who has experience is going to do in reaction to you reaching with this hand or reaching with this hand or whatever. And that relaxing, that's the wind. Understanding that rather than beating up against the glass, that's you gotta get bend with the wind.
I mean, you had to get really good at that being a farmer. Like,
you have no fucking control. Zero.
Patience.
Yeah, all the plans in the world, and then you get hail, and your fucking crop's toast. Mm-hmm. So you just have to go. This is what I've got. This is what I got this year. This is what we're doing,
Yeah, but you plant the seed. Hurry up and grow. What the fuck are you doing?
Nothing gonna happen.
You just gotta forget about it.
There's I cannot make the grapes be ripe in, April. They're going to be ripe in August, September. There's nothing you can do to force that issue. So that patience and let go, let God kind of thing, that's farming, man. It's to a T.
How much? Why is it that wine? They say like age like a fine wine. Is that real? Like wine gets better the older it is.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, you don't have enough time.
Italians.
You have no.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's about the complexity that is that living, breathing creature in a bottle. It changes over time, and the more TLC that went into the actual growing of those grapes, and then the ushering of those grapes into that state of being a wine. They have a structure that is built to age and change and become more complex with age. There's definitely a peak to it, then it falls off. But like there is an understanding of winemaking and grape growing that kind of goes into that statement that gets lost with just the aging like a fine wine. Well, if you want to understand all the effort that took into cultivating that vine and all the effort that it takes to coax that fruit off that vine in the best expression of that day, that year, and then put it in that bottle without getting in the way and not manipulating it. That's where I'm going to come from that metaphorical, steward. I'm not a winemaker. I'm a steward of the grape, just getting it from grape to wine.
All right. Pussifer. Like, is it an imminent release, or it already?
So every time we do a full-length album, we then go back and we reach out to all of our friends, and they have a reimagining of all the tracks. And so that's being released March 31st, this Friday.
This Friday.
Yeah,
Boom. The day after this comes out.
Perfect.
Yeah, so that'll be out in the market, all the formats, vinyl, CD. Remember compact discs? And streaming, digital, all that. Pretty fun. Like we got a lot of cool people to kind of do it this time. It's always nice to hear what people are how they're gonna reimagine these things. So quite a few. Justin Chancellor from Tool did one. Karina in the band. My favorite was Karina's track. But Trent and Atticus did one. Sarah Jones, drummer for Harry Styles. Sarah did one. She was actually she played a lot on the actual album, our album. We were trying to get her to go on tour with us, but she's out with Harry. Like she's like permanent fixture in that whole thing. So we kind of lost her.
Harry's doing pretty well.
Yeah, yeah. There's no reason to rock that boat. She's killing it with the band. So there's no reason to bust his balls, although I want to, because she's great. And I wanted to tour with her, but he got her. Who else is on there? Matt Mitchell did one. Troy Van Leeuwen from Queen's Stone Age did one. I'm gonna forget all the people that did one. Fantagram did one. So it's quite a fun lineup. Juliette Comagere, who's also one of the vocalists that work with Pussifer all the time, she did one. They're all great. It's just really nice to hear them completely reimagined.
Yeah. Is there? You were talking about catching up on touring. Has that just happened, or is that about to happen?
Oh man, I've been touring since 22 started, because like we were shut the fuck down.
Right.
20 and 21 with all bands, and so
and now everybody's out.
And we're all out, and we're out. So like I'm on the road again in a few weeks with Pussifer and Tool.
Wow.
For all summer, and then Tool back out in the fall, and then Tool back out in the winter, and then I'm trying to do I turned 60 in 2024, so I'm gonna try to put together a thing. I did it for my 50th birthday called Cinquanta, but we're gonna do Sessantas on my 60th birthday show in some way. I'm trying to figure out what to do.
I look older than you do.
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
Well, that's the lack of sleep.
Could be.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it is pretty remarkable the way you've kept yourself together.
Yeah, you gotta look under the hood, bro. It's a mess.
It's the Brompton
It's a
life.
fucking mess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now when you're going out on these tours, it is a bus operation.
Yeah, so for Pussifer, we're gonna do. Tool's got a couple festivals in May. Same festivals that Pussifer's playing. Luckily, not the same night because that would fucking murder me. But we'll be in a bus, and then in Europe, it'll be probably like crew will have 2 buses, band will have 1 bus, or some combination of that. So the entire band, all the wrestlers, all of our, everybody on 1 bus, and then the crew on another bus, and then Tool. It's like me and my dog.
Yeah.
Your dog likes the RV?
She doesn't mind it. She's kind of young. She's learning the road.
My beloved Wendy she's scared of the bus. I couldn't bring her anymore.
Too much. Just gets stressed out.
Yeah. I want to have her, and I just couldn't do it. So
I got a Yorkie, so she just sits right here, and
there you go.
She's fine.
I think that we could probably wrap it up, and I know I'm going to say this in the intro to the podcast, but man, thank you so much. Like, what an honor. And I've never deployed this bus just to do a podcast. Like,
okay,
it's epic. I remember the one time we took our podcast van.
Who are you running into in Vegas?
Steve Aoki.
Oh, okay. I don't know Steve, but hello, Steve.
Yeah. And I just threw a last-minute text to Dana, see if he wants to, which is just rude.
He's been nothing but kind to me whenever I kind of like reach through the powers that be to like, because there's a particular fight that I want to be there for.
Yeah.
I try not, over the years I've tried not to milk that through our booking agent to like be the guy that wants tickets to everything. The only thing I ever beg for is that front row for UFC.
It's
Nothing
unbelievable.
Like
It's the greatest in the world.
I was there in Phoenix when Nate almost caught.
I was there for that.
Oh my god, dude! Like that was like, I'm like literally like freaking out like a meth head, like on the sideline, just screaming, going, "Finish it!" He's up there, hot dog, and I'm like, "He's on the fucking ground!"
Yeah.
Sure.
I still haven't been yet. I'm dying to go.
I was in the fighter section for that.
Okay.
Like, which was fun in its own right. Yeah, dude, it's so great, man, and I will pass that on to Dana. I'm sure that he's super stoked to have you there. You know who's the most rabid UFC fan is Anthony Kiedis.
Really?
Yeah, I went to an event with my girl in Dallas, and we're psychos.
He should come train at our academy.
I don't doubt that he would.
Down.
My girl and I get to the fights. This was when Tyron Woodley fought Darren Till in Dallas.
Okay.
We come in there for the first fight pass prelim, because we're like, that's just how we do it. We sit there. We're gonna sit there for 6 hours, and we walk out there in the first fight, and Anthony Kiedis is already in the seat.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting right next to him.
Because some of the best fights you're going to see are going
Yeah.
to be those prelims, because pay attention to what they're doing. You're going to see them again if they're any good.
Yeah, it was Irene Aldana on the Fight Pass prelims that night. And I remember I sat down to Anthony Kiedis. I was like, I'm not gonna bug him. Like, just shut up, just be cool, you know. And like, and Anthony he's like, oh, dude, we're like, you know, talking about fighting the whole time. It was the most fun I've ever had at the UFC.
Awesome.
Just broing down with Anthony Kiedis.
I was behind Vitor Belfort's massive skull, and I'm like trying to watch this Anderson Silva fight, and that's when Weidman broke his leg. Anderson broke his leg. I was like behind it. Like I watched it go, and I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
I almost puked.
That's a tough one. Yeah, I was there when Connor broke his leg. Yeah. Well, yeah, dude. It's an incredible honor. I don't know that I've been more excited ever for one of these. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
He's like, what's your point, Steve?
I just write poems, dude. Is this about my hat?
I love it, man.
Oh, did you tell him about our driver?
Oh, I didn't tell you about the driver. Our beloved tour bus driver. I told him right when the idea first came up. I was like, oh man, like end of March, beginning April, we're gonna go to Arizona, for Maynard. And our bus driver said, I sold him his property 33 years ago in Arizona.
What's his name?
Bruce.
Bruce what?
He's right outside the door. Like,
Yeah,
can I say
please
his
grab
last
him,
name?
please grab him.
Because I bought several properties
Robeson.
here when I first.
Who's Robeson?
Robeson. So probably
Gilmore or something, or
it was probably up in on the mountain, 30 acres up on Mingus Mountain.
Mingus, that's what he said. Yeah, third.
The 32.
Yeah,
He's coming in.
yeah, Bruce is the best. Calvin said, I was like, oh, I want to tell Maynard on the, like get his reaction while we're recording. And he said, yeah, like you're going to get a way bigger reaction from the Brompton. But yeah, the odds.
So the 30 acres on Mingus?
Yeah.
Okay.
And this happened like 30 years ago?
Yeah, well, it happened in 1997, 98.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was because it was payments and then a balloon payment at the end.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was a great piece of property.
Yep.
I hated selling it.
Yeah, I regret selling it, but I made a lot of money off it. So.
I didn't.
Yeah. Well, I ended up using it to buy another piece that I have vineyards on. So it was a wise move for me because I couldn't plant vineyards on that part, but I ended up flipping it to get this other piece in Cornville. That ended up it's one of my favorite sites. So.
Cornville's beautiful.
Yeah, dude.
Cool.
Right on, man. All right, well, that's a wrap. And,
Do you have a CD player in here?
do we have a CD player in here? I don't know how many of you guys have gotten a CD gifted to you from Maynard, but I think that's a pretty big deal. Let me say, too, I was going to say this in the intro, but I just didn't have the heart. But when I filled out my application to Clown College, they weirdly asked a bunch of crazy questions, like when is the last time you cried and why, and like it was just weird. And among the questions was what your 3 favorite musical acts, and number 1 that was Tool. I put it on my Clown College application in 1997, and the footage of me drinking the bong water, that might have been 90. No, that was 97 too. But I mean, they were talking a long time ago, man. Like, big time fan, and that was huge. Plus, let me tell you that Steve Aoki, like one of my favorite people in the world now. Like, absolutely, the Steve Aoki podcast was fantastic, and that's not even coming next. Next week is a complete surprise out of nowhere. I'll tell you, it's Lisa Vanderpump. Come on, like my friendship with Lisa Vanderpump is pretty epic. We're going into a fun time with this podcast, and you know how much I love you guys for sticking around, and I love you even more for not judging me on what a dork I was on that one. Hey everybody, and welcome to a classified wild ride with Steve-O. We are going to the other side, baby, talking about aliens and UFOs, and my most important question is, why does anybody care? Seriously, to the layman, like, what does this matter? Can we talk in terms that matter? And that's what we did, and I think that's why we might have had the most gripping, entertainment, palatable episode that we possibly could have had with Jeremy Corbell. What can I say, baby? It doesn't get wilder than this ride. And we've got a guest host. So strap on and let's get into it. Ladies and gentlemen, Jeremy Corbell. Yeah, dude.
What's up, Steve?
All right, man.
And special guests.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We have a special guest co-host, Mr. Oliver Tree.
It is my honor to be here. Big time fan, Jeremy.
What's up, Oliver? Nice
Pleasure.
to meet you, man.
And
meet
you
you as well.
met Scott Randolph.
That's right.
What's up, man?
This is an unusual setup, but we're talking about unusual things. And, of course, you're, is it safe to say you're the world's foremost UFO expert?
I certainly hope not. I sincerely fucking hope not. Yeah. So, I think that there's a lot of people that have been working on this issue for a long time. Probably the least likely candidate to be, kind of so deep into this. I didn't think I'd ever be professionally studying UFOs or whatever the hell you say. But, right tool for the right job. People say I'm a tool, so there you go.
Now, you claim yourself to be a journalist.
I do that for self-defense, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did journalism precede the UFO?
Yeah, the fascination with this unknown,
Yeah.
bizarre phenomenon. No, not at all. I was a martial athlete. I started training jiu-jitsu when I was a young kid, boxing, wrestling, all that stuff.
Nice.
And I thought that's all I'd ever do for my whole life, you know? And then you get injured really bad at some point and you can't do the same stuff. So transition from that to fine art, which was, again, total imposter syndrome. I can't draw a stick figure. But that started for me. I kind of got into that. But the whole time along, I was interested in UFOs, like the nuts and bolts, the hardcore physical craft, the idea. And then the journalism thing was I just pestered this guy fucking over and over. His name's George motherfucking Knapp. He's a investigative reporter out of Las Vegas, Nevada. And I figured he, if anybody, knew what the fuck was up, what was true, what was not true, a good starting point. So he ghosted me for like 2 years. And then finally I got through to him. And, you know, he kind of mentored me now for over a decade. So the title of journalist was bestowed upon me by the public. So I'll accept it because it provides me additional coverage in a way. I am reporting the news. I am breaking news, but I never thought of myself like that, never studied journalism, but I learned from the best. So that's kind of... And in between that, I made movies about UFOs, you know, it was also unexpected, like the Bob Lazar movie.
Right.
And so that kind of thrust me in a position where people were confiding in me things that they hadn't told their families, hadn't told then't their children, hadn't even whispered to their dogs. You know, I mean, it's like...
Right.
So kind of accidental journalist.
But the
Right.
first movies that you made it on Netflix.
Yeah, fucking insane, right?
I mean, you have 3 movies on Netflix, right?
So 2 on Netflix, 1 on Hulu, and now they're kind of everywhere because I
Yeah.
took them off the platform. So, look, here's the deal, man. I figured that I would just try, and so I just made a movie. And to my utter astonishment, it got picked up on Netflix and went wild. And that was before the Lazar film. It's called Patient 17.
Yeah.
So I figured, well, if it's that easy, you know, keep it up. I think I got real lucky, and hopefully I made good films.
Yeah, how long did that take you to make the first movie?
You know, it's funny, man. When you say you make a movie like a documentary, a lot of people got a plan. So they're like, oh, I start now, I get funding, I
Right.
do that. Nah, dude. I had a camera that I got for my wedding, and I started pointing it at people and realized they would spill the fucking beans. And so it was at that moment I said, well, I should learn to edit. So I started putting it all together. And if you add up all the time of the first shot and all that stuff, I mean, it takes years. For me, I'm
Yeah.
probably not the best. There's probably people that are way more efficient than me. But I would say like the Lazar film, the third film I did, I mean, that took maybe 9 years from inception because I didn't know if he would do the film with me.
Yeah.
So, man, I don't know. I'm doing it all the wrong ways, but they're coming out. These are,
Yeah.
you know, movies about this topic. Yeah.
Yeah, UFO people are kind of kooky. Some, I mean, so they come out of the woodworks. How do you? What's your bullshit radar for knowing what's truth or what's not?
Super tuned in, I hope. I mean, I don't know. Like, look, I kind of accept, I'm an equal opportunity employer. Like, you know, accept all information, and then if I can prove it, that's solid. If I can't, it sits all the way over there. When you say UFO people are kooky, man, everybody's fucking kooky. There are kooky people in every industry. It's just that this topic is so outside of our consensus reality that you just end up, sometimes you lose your marbles by keeping your ears open. And I notice that, marbles rolling out right and left. People get a little touched. UFO disease. And I think it's because it's an exciting topic, and separating that fact from what we want to be true, that fantasy, that can be hard existentially. Just you want things to be true when they're not, or when you can't prove them. So I don't know. The bullshit meter is long-term vetting of individuals with extraordinary claims based on extraordinary beliefs. Long-term. I mean, I piss everybody off, even the people that come to me. They're like, well, I thought you were going to integrate this information. I'm like, well, it's only been 5 years. I have to get to know you. Make sure that this is not a long con.
Okay. Very recently, and seemingly only recently, has the government acknowledged the existence of UFOs. They're real.
Yeah.
And that is objectively incredible. But what I find more incredible is the fact that when the government comes out and says UFOs are real, seemingly nobody cares. Like nothing changed. Like and it's just like just life goes on. Like I just now you're obviously a lot closer to it, and so I'm sure that like a lot did change in your view. But me being just a layman guy, like sort of, I just don't. It's amazing to me. I'm like, how? Wait, hold on a second. Does nobody care?
Yeah.
And I guess that's my first question is that your experience? That wow, like I thought this was going to kind of make more of a splash than it did.
Yeah. No, I didn't think it would make more of a splash. It is this kind of slow absorption process of what does that even mean. There's a lot to talk about what you just said. So the government acknowledged that UFOs are real. They call them UAP, unidentified anomalous phenomena, because UFO was in lieu of flying saucer, which was originally kind of what everybody was calling them because it was misunderstood. A guy said when he saw it, Kenneth Arnold, Mount Rainier, this was 1948, I believe, 47, I'm not good with dates. He said it moved like if you took a saucer and skipped it on water. So the media was like, oh, flying saucer, right? But really, the craft weren't shaped at all like saucers, the ones that he saw. So what happened is we go into this term of UFO because it was better. It was unidentified flying object. Okay, great. But now we know they're under the water, they're in space, like this is documented. So unidentified anomalous phenomena is the new government term. So when you say the government acknowledged, that is correct. Our government has said UFOs are real. They do fly with impunity within our restricted airspace. We don't know who made them. We don't know who operates them. And they appear to be able to do things that our own weapon systems can't. Our greatest fighter planes can't. The way they maneuver and stuff. So you're right. They've said UFOs are real. We're no closer to understanding what a UFO truly is, who operates them, where they're from, what's the intent, what they represent to humankind. So the public, in general, they see that shit on the news. It's like, okay, yeah, we all kind of thought that because we're seeing them. Thanks, government.
Right.
But nothing's really answered.
I think that from my perspective, changing the name from UFO to UAP, unidentified anomalous phenomenon,
Yep.
Makes a lot of sense because, like, why would these things even assume a physical form when they're, like, aren't they by definition interdimensional things?
I don't know. See, that's the thing. Now we're starting to get to the areas of like, what is a UFO? What does this whole phenomenon represent to humankind? Is it more than just machines or craft? So you just said interdimensional. Let me give you a few other theories people have. So
okay.
One is like interplanetary. So you're like extraterrestrial. So these are craft coming from other solar systems from within our galaxy or maybe beyond.
Zeta Reticuli.
Sure, the famous Zeta Reticuli binary star system that Bob Lazar brought into the forefront through documents he read that he doesn't even know if it's true. Yes. So you've got that idea, extraterrestrial. Then you have this one you said, which is interdimensional, which is like so interesting because I can't even live in this dimension. I don't know. I'm not smart enough to understand what that means, but
right.
The way it was described in Congress recently, which I'm sure we'll talk about, is like you can take a three-dimensional object, hold it up to a light, project a two-dimensional shadow against the wall, right? Kind of like Plato's cave, that allegory, whatever.
Sure.
So when you see something that might be of a higher dimension coming into existence in our dimensional reality, you're only seeing like a representation of it. It's like if you push an orange, a three-dimensional sphere through a two-dimensional plane, on that two-dimensional plane, people will just see a growing circle and then a fading circle. That's what they can perceive on that dimensional reality.
Right.
So when you say it could be, extra-dimensional, that's some of the greatest scientists now who take this seriously believe it could be. So why would they even present themselves if they have this super stealth mode, these craft?
Right.
So let's go further than that.
Right. That's the question. How about this for a question? ¿Crees en los alienígenas? Ha, that means do you believe in aliens in Spanish? And why do I know that? Because I am learning Spanish on Babbel, baby. And we've got an offer for the Wild Ride listeners, and only for the Wild Ride listeners, that you will not be able to believe. We're talking about 55% off your subscription to Babbel. And why should you want that? Because number one, you don't want to be a loser who only speaks one language. And number two, you can learn a second language in as little as 3 weeks. I mean, I'm telling telling you, it's like playing a video game on your phone, and you're learning the whole time. That's how I know about the alienígenas, baby. So, are you going to learn a new language or what? Because if you want to, 55% off your subscription is a majorly big deal, and you get it if you go to babbel.com/Stevo. That's BABBEL.com/Stevo. One more time, that's 55% off your subscription at babbel.com/Stevo. Now, let's get back to it. Is that, like, they don't, I would assume they don't have any need to take a physical form to be perceivable by us. So it would, like, presumably be a choice that they appear when, I would guess they don't have
Totally. So, but let's go a little further with that and other possibilities this could be. Because remember, the true architects of this secrecy, it's not your government, it's whoever the visitors are themselves, if they're in fact visitors and not from here originally, right? So whoever's operating these craft, if these are hard physical craft, they could reveal themselves. So there's an intent, but we just don't know what it is. So we've got interdimensional, extraterrestrial. Now there's one called extratemporal, which is...
And extraterrestrial, just by definition, means not from Earth.
Yeah, so
not
I can
from this world, from outside of the world.
Yeah, so
from somewhere else.
Right. So the better would be non-terrestrial. Would be the way that I would say it. People say ET, extraterrestrial. Yeah, it'd be non-terrestrial, right? That'd be a good one. So you got that extra-dimensional. Then you've got this idea of extratemporal. So the way that a lot of the scientists that I talk with who've been working on this problem for government and within private industry say these are gravitationally propelled. We don't know much. We don't know anything about gravity. We can observe its effects, but we don't know what it is or how to control it other than through mass. So they say this could be extratemporal because when you shape gravity, it distorts time and space. So by definition, these craft are from another time. So you've got extratemporal, extradimensional, extraterrestrial or non-terrestrial. Then you have another theory, which is the idea that these have always been here and human beings are just kind of tuned in now to like a breakaway civilization or some sort of other people that have been here before. They're from here. They've been here under the oceans, whatever, in Antarctica. That's another theory people like to put forward, is that this is some sort of breakaway civilization that's been with us a long time. Then you keep going. You've got these ideas that this is some sort of simulation. So what we're seeing, what they're presenting are like craft just ahead of what we have now. So we can then have a learning process of trying to replicate as if it's a techno-terrestrial. There's another one. The idea that we're all evolving towards a technological goal with a little bit of assistance from others. And I love that one because there's a lot of evidence that UFOs are presented in their time in ways that those people can understand them. Back in the day,
when you say those people, you're not talking about humans.
No, I those people of that time. So it's like in the 1800s, a lot of UFOs.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
They looked like, so those people in the 1800s, they saw UFOs oftentimes as kind of like dirigibles, you know, but there was none at the time, but that was technology about to come or just budding. So a lot of the UFO reports are these like Viking floatable ships with spotlights, which we had nothing like that at the time. But you got reports in multiple countries within that 4 or 5 year period where they're seeing that. And now we've got these craft that look interstellar. So you have to ask yourself, is the UFO phenomenon fucking with us? And are they presenting, whoever they are, something that we can relate to that's just outside of our grasp, to help propel us forward like a control system to educate us?
Or they only tend to show up in areas where there's nuclear power and they're watching us to make sure we don't fuck up the Earth.
Okay, well, let's get there because the thing is that there is an influx at all times since we began the nuclear program, since 1945 when we had the Trinity test site explosion of the first nuclear weapon. You had UFOs existed before. But there's been a great interest, a kind of increased frequency of activity surrounding our nuclear assets, including these detonizations. Now, they haven't stopped any of them, but UFOs have come into nuclear sites, turned on and off nuclear missiles. A guy that lives close to me is a friend of mine, and he was part of that. He saw them go online, offline as a red disc came in over the base. Now, George Knapp found out through documents that happened not only in the U.S. When he smuggled Russian UFO documents back, it happened also in Russia. But it's not just like, hey, here's your matches, we're going to take them from you. They turned them fucking on, too. So that's a kind of flex, if you ask me.
Okay.
So the UFO thing, and also our United States government has what they call baited UFOs before. So on multiple occasions in the transit of nuclear weapons or bringing them out places, like clockwork, these things, whatever they are, show up. That's what I'm told, and I understand the facts to be. So with that said...
Okay, but help me with the baited part.
Yeah, baited. So like they were saying, to scientifically study UFOs, we have to have a repeatable process, right? You can't just be like, some guy saw one, some fighter pilot chased one.
So you're saying that the United States government, in the interest of studying UFOs, effectively said, troops, load up the nukes. We got to transport them so that it will draw the UFOs so that we can study them.
They would never tell the troops that. But,
Right.
like, put that container in the,
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, so it is understood by me, take that for what it's worth. My understanding is, at this time, and I'm pretty damn confident with it, that we had opportunities to study the phenomenon scientifically by trying to set up the environment where UFOs would come. And that would be by baiting them by the movement of nuclear weaponry. And if that's true, that's pretty astounding. It does show a correlation with our nuclear weapons. I mean, look, maybe this planet is really fucking cool and we're kind of like a lower primate species and we're fucking it up. And so they're like, let's watch these fuckers before they blast something.
Right.
I
I
don't
mean, I would guess, and totally uneducated,
Me too.
that all of the just call them entities,
Yeah.
energies, like that we are just fascinating.
Oh, we have to be.
We're entertainment for them.
Hell yeah. We call them.
Yeah.
And I want to get Oliver Tree to weigh in. Thoughts? Question? What's going on?
Well, a lot of things come to mind. For one, in your research, since you are such a public figure, since you are so outgoing in the public, speaking about this on the news, have you had people from the government reach out to you about these phenomenons at all? Is this something that you feel like your life is ever in danger? Not because of necessarily fans, but because of some of the information that you're bringing to light in the more mass
Are
eyes.
you posing a threat
Am I? That's
to national security?
hope not.
But do you feel like ever that you feel maybe that there is some danger from this?
Yeah. So back to what you said real quick, which is that the term people are using is non-human intelligence, because the word alien, like anything unknown to us is alien,
Sure.
so they call them non-human intelligence. We just had a thing in Congress, and that was a good way. To your question, have I ever been contacted? Dude, of course. I mean, I'm obtaining and releasing military filmed footage that are of bona fide UAP through leaks that comes to me. They have to do investigations. They have to plug leaks. That's an important job when it comes to, proper transit of information. My relationship has always been really great in that no one, as a journalist, has ever tried to stop the freedom of press in that way, freedom of speech, and also for public good as a journalist. There's a little bit of something called shield law, and there's other laws that say, look, if you're reporting something for public good and you can obtain anything, just don't fuck up. Do no harm. National security with UFOs is a real deal. The UFO topic is considered by our government at a level higher than weapons of mass destruction. That's not a throwaway statement. That is fact. I know that to be true. So here's the deal. Do no harm. I am a patriot, but I'm also a little bit of a pirate, and you've seen that by when I obtain and release stuff. But I always try to do so with knowledge that it's been done wrong before, and it is not my intent to harm national security. It is not, and I think anybody's ever engaged me from any agency on that, they clearly see I'm not some like crazy pirate. I'm just interested in this. So, just to finish your question directly, I've always been, I've never been resisted, I can say that. I've been assisted, but the scary thing to me is that journalists get better briefings, more footage, better understanding of some of these UFO cases than our government representatives do. So I've not been the subject where I've been briefed. Oftentimes I have briefed on specific things, which is fucking frightening that there's so much of a problem of the transmission of this information where it should go. Because again, that's the qualification thing. I'm just a journalist that's looking at this. That there's got to be people that have a better grasp on this within our government.
But who contacts you? Like the Men in Black show up?
No.
I mean, how does that shit work? And like exchanging emails with this sensitive information, like is it encrypted? Like is there protocols you have to do?
Oh yeah. As a journalist, I'm getting and obtaining information. I just have like a couple catch-alls. So when people kind of get through to a certain point, everybody knows those catch-alls exist. Completely encrypted. Everything is totally to the highest degree in quality. But I don't always know what's going to come in. People could send fucking anything, which is also kind of frightening too, right? So from the journalism side, as a journalist, I don't want to know who gave me what. I want to corroborate it. So as long as there's enough information that comes along with whatever's sent, I can corroborate it. I never want to know specifically who gave me anything. The other part of that is, how do people contact you? So this is a weird world that I'm living in, where I'm actually dealing with stuff where the Pentagon doesn't have some of the footage from their fleets that I was able to obtain. So that's an uncomfortable conversation. I'm about to go public with something, right? And I did. And then I gave it with George Knapp as journalists. We gave this information to the Pentagon. They're like, we didn't have this. So that's an awkward conversation. Then, of course, it has to be an investigation of how that stuff got out. I get that.
That's the footage from the USS, was it Omaha?
There have been a few instances, but the USS Omaha, USS Russell, 10 of our Navy warships were swarmed by UFOs or UAP unknowns. I call them units. And they seem to appear to be trans-medium, go in and out of the water with total impunity. And a lot of times these things are fired upon, I'll say. Not necessarily with like metal bullets, but sometimes with electromagnetic weaponry on the ships.
Electromagnetic weaponry
That we have.
Yeah. So like if you have like anti-drone technology, if you're on one of these warships, you got something called the Ghostbuster. They literally say bust out the Ghostbuster. And it's this backpack. And it can shoot down a lot of the common drones. There's higher levels of electromagnetic weaponry to take down systems of objects approaching, or if there's an incursion in your space. I know of 3 that were attempted on multiple swarm incidents, but I feel like we're jumping around, so I'll just reel it back into one point.
No, sorry, I just brought that up because that's stuff that you gave to the Pentagon that they didn't have.
Some of that footage, absolutely, they didn't have. Other parts of that footage were in what at that time was a classified document that was shown to educate the armed services about UFOs. There was a couple images from that, which I obtained, but there was other, like the radar data, stuff like that, all from the same event, like corroborative visual evidence. You got radar, thermal, infrared, deck footage, normal camera footage, all showing the same event series. So it's one of the most well-documented now, confirmed UAP or UFO events in military history, because I was able to get all of that footage and bring it together. But right back to your original question, just want to finish one thing, tie it up. Look, within the numerous intelligence agencies within the U.S., there's a high interest in this UFO thing. It's not nefarious necessarily. It's seeking quality and actionable information. It would make sense that people would try to gather that and go talk to people both overtly and covertly. So I've had both. I've experienced both, where I had to find out later the true agenda of people that inserted themselves into my lives, but then overtly just, hey, you're not in trouble, nothing's wrong, I'm from X agency, just want to talk to you. If you'll call me back about this, I'm not trying to find out sources or methods or fuck up your thing in any way, just want to get a little information, if that's okay.
If you ask me, not only is it okay to get information, it is mandatory. And that is why I wear a Whoop band, because it gives me more information about my fitness, my health, than any other device known to man. That's right, it is the most sophisticated fitness tracking device known to man. It's called Whoop, WHOOP. And if you want information, baby, then get on this train, because I know everything about how I sleep, how I recover, how many calories I burn, all my exercise. I love it. And I never have to take it off, because right here in my pocket, I always have my charger, which slides right on top, and it's waterproof, baby. Dude, it never has to come off. It's always charged, and it always tells me what I need to know. And if you go to whoop.com and use the promo code STEVO, then you get 10% off your membership. Plus, when you do that, the actual band and the charger is free. Plus 10% off your membership, get on over to whoop.com, that's WHOOP.com, and use the promo code STEVO for 10% off. Now let's get back to it.
And all of that has happened.
And this, can I ask one thing? This is a crazy, this is a big question coming out, but have aliens or UAPs or any extraterrestrial interdimensional beings reached out to you as someone who's a spokesperson? Have you had any interaction? Have you seen a ship? Have you had any kind of personal experience? And if you don't want to answer, I understand.
No, so I'm a total open book. Like I have to be. You know, I feel a duty. If I withhold anything, you know, I'd be pilloried for it. The thing is that I'm sad to report to you that I'm always the guy with my back turned. Everybody sees something cool, they scream. I'm inside getting my night vision so everybody can see the stars better. And there's some UFO. So I was always that guy for like forever, man. I never saw shit, you know. And I kind of liked it that way. I was like, that's pretty cool because no one's gonna believe me if I see something. Luckily, not that long ago, I had a very much more credible than me friend. His name's Dave Foley. He's a comic, right? From Kids in the Hall. And he was visiting me, and he started taking the piss at me, being like, come see the UFO expert and don't see a UFO. That's pretty good. You know, he's fucking with me. Not 45 seconds later, I say, Dave, look the fuck up. And that was the first time in my life I can say that I ever saw a craft of unknown origin that was capable of doing something unlike what I know is possible with our known understanding of physics.
When you say it's not possible by our aircraft, it's like what we really mean is straight up defying the laws of physics.
It's using it's applying itself in a world of physics that we must not understand.
Right.
Is it the science hasn't caught up with the technology yet?
Yeah, so material science is our number one throttle on any reverse engineering attempts of these materials or craft. And I can explain that really deeply or simply if you want, but that's the number one thing is our material science evolution, from my understanding, has not caught up to being able to duplicate or replicate the actual physical materials enough to even begin to start.
And I would assume that it's all operating in and by laws that don't even apply to our physical science.
Well, let's talk about that for a second, because if I can get it, anybody can get it. And the thing is, I've tried to understand it, and what we're talking about is a UFO will appear and disappear. Okay, great. So we have stealth technology that can make that appear to be the case for us. You know, on radar or optically, we have pretty good technology. We can cloak machines. We're getting much better at it. But additionally, there's other signatures, they say, like, let's just say thermal, like where you can mask that. But also UFOs can seem, and this is the biggest one, they can appear to have zero inertial effect. So if I'm going 100 miles an hour, but then jolt to 1,000 miles an hour, my body becomes jelly on the back wall. These craft seem to be able to move at 90-degree turns at documented about 12,000 miles an hour. So not even the machine itself should be able to handle that kind of turn. So obviously there's no inertial effect. So what do we know that can cause that type of thing? Well, sure, time travel, temporal, but also we don't understand gravity. If there's a way to produce gravity, like Bob Lazar said, because right now the only thing that produces gravity is mass, is matter, right? But if we could generate gravity, you could theoretically create a gravitational field that is inert. Like it doesn't matter where you're moving through time and space, you're always in a gravitational field that is right for you. That's why they think some of these craft can move, they call transmedium, from space through air without a sonic boom. They can move at speeds and into the sea without disturbance, without slowing down. That's transmedium. So the idea of how do they do that with physics? Some people say, well, the craft's skin, you know, it's like hydrophobic, so when you go in, it just slips in. But really what we're seeing is we're seeing objects that appear to move in ways that our physics understands. We just can't replicate gravitational fields. So they must have some way of doing it if that's the way they're doing it.
And that's what Bob Lazar is saying. They had that thing where you couldn't touch it and it kept pushing you back. That's the idea behind what that is.
Yeah, the propulsion system. So if anybody doesn't know who Bob Lazar is, you know, he's a guy that claims that he reversed engineered or tried to a UFO for the United States military. In 1989, he came forward through George Knapp. That's how you know about Area 51 and flying saucers in general. Bob said he worked on an alien spacecraft from another world. It was a saucer. And the propulsion system, the power and propulsion, was what he was tasked on examining. And he said when you turn on this gravity wave amplification machine, you couldn't bring your hands close to it. So that was an aspect of what he experienced. There were other weird things like bringing a candle up towards it, and it was like frozen looking, just stopped, which he said made no sense because electrons should be sucked into that void. They shouldn't escape that field. So he doesn't even know. But basically, yeah, that's Bob Lazar. That is the idea.
Yeah.
I don't know if it works that way. I'd love to know.
When you said that that the freedom of information and that you created the impression, it seemed, that the government has like just a real transparent approach to all of this.
No.
Right. Right. So it would sound, I really liked Oliver's question about have you been in danger, and because it would seem that there's potential for you to be drawing attention to information that the government is actively trying to keep covered up, and that could represent a conflict of interest that would put you in jeopardy.
I'm not the favorite person of some of these intelligence agencies or some of these groups that would have that vested interest. I'm sure Lockheed doesn't like it when I talk about that they have an actual spacecraft that they've been reverse engineering. They were given one.
Lockheed
Lockheed Martin. Yeah, it's an aerospace company. But there are others, right?
Is that the one where they say they've got the biologics, the corpses of otherworldly?
Well, where they just found it in Mexico, that little 3-foot. Is that what you're talking about?
Oh, that's sorry about that. Yeah,
no, this was from the Congress hearing.
So
there was this. This was the sound bite that was heard around the world, where the lady asked, "Are you in possession of any aircraft or and the guy said, well, yeah, we have the aircraft and we have biologics.
So that was my friend David Grush. So he came to me first out of concern for his safety. Okay, so you guys are talking about safety, so let's nail this one for a second, right?
Okay.
Look, I am operating within my right as a free human and a journalist, and I'm doing my best to do no harm and get information out if I find it to be credible. I'm sure there are people, I know that there are people and groups that do not like the idea of disclosure or this idea of transparency on the UAP or UFO issue. There are, of course, repercussions from people like that. There are ways in which people can make your life quite uncomfortable, but I'm either immune or ignorant, or I just don't know when I'm in trouble half the time. So I think as long as people do things legally and lawfully and they do their best, there's always going to be pushback and there's going to be ramifications anyway for other people. There have been reprisals. That's a big, so we should talk about this. That I don't want to go too weird, but that deepness of people trying to harm you. Okay, because that was said in Congress, was that David Grush personally, there were actions taken against him as a intelligence officer, but also other people. They even brought up harming people. So here's the deal.
This is people being harmed by
people that want to keep the secret.
Okay.
Within factions of agencies, right? That was the claim that was made in Congress, that this is a true fact. And he could bring forward witnesses that are both hostile and non-hostile, meaning people that want to talk and people that don't want to talk. And he's got a list. You just have to have the clearance and get a skiff. So they're working on that. So here's the deal, though. The whole thing is that there were reprisals against people like David Grush to come forward. He did it legally and lawfully. He went to the intelligence community's inspector general. The inspector general is like the cops of the intelligence community. So it's under Whistleblower Protections Act. It's a Presidential Protection Act 18 or something like 19. Basically, he says, this is what I know. I know that we have craft that are non-human origin. I know that we have biologics or biologicals. And I know where they are, and I know who's working on them, and I've interviewed 40 people plus that have direct hands-on experience with these materials and these programs. And he's like, put that into a whistleblower complaint. Whistleblower complaint comes back, they go, we find his shit credible and urgent. Well, why? Why did the Inspector General find it credible and urgent? Because they did their own, under oath, with polygraphs sometimes, they did investigation into the witnesses and what he found. And it was his job, by the way. He was tasked by the UAPTF, which is UAP task force, to look at over 2,000 black budget programs and try to figure out, are any of these have to do with non-human technology? And he found them.
What's a black budget program?
So like any program where they don't have to define exactly what the money's being spent on.
Okay.
And you can go to like Library of Congress if you're a total nerd like me, and you can find like calculate the black budget, because it'll say black budget. And you can say how much money that we know of is being put into these programs. They never tell you what's in them. They won't tell Congress anybody. So the whole thing is we need oversight. There's tons of money being spent on this, and there are UFO programs. There are crash retrievals. They're of craft, of unknown origin, to be magnanimous, I'll say that. And there's biological aspects to these crafts, 100%. Question is, does our government have oversight from some of the corporations that have taken some of these in? So imagine in the 50s, you're like, hey, Lockheed, we got something we can't figure out. We don't know what to do. Just look at it. Try to get derivative technologies. You'll benefit from it. And Lockheed's like, oh, cool. And they take that, take total control, and people kind of forget about it. That's the situation we're in right now. So this guy, David Grush, came forward because of the reprisals. That's why he came to me and George Knapp first. Don't report on it. He's like, I just want you to know I'm fucking scared. And so famously, he came forward to us. We kept his damn secret. We didn't even break the story. We kept his secret. And I'll tell you, it is true. He was, there's a lot of things still going on to try to shut him up.
Well, the reason I asked it too is this is something I've never spoken about, but my grandfather worked for Lockheed Martin.
Nice.
And there was a lot of things that he was unable to speak about. This was stuff that he had to take to his grave. So
Yeah.
I know there's a lot of things, and that could be something like what we're talking about now. It could be weaponry. We don't really know exactly what he did because he wasn't allowed to speak about it. But I also know someone who's very tapped into a public figure. He's like someone who works closely with the public figure who is an alien activist, spokesperson, whatever you want to call it, and Lockheed Martin people show up with this person. I can't get into specifics about saying too much of this person because it's not my business to disclose, but Lockheed Martin people show up a lot in this person's life, and it's very interesting that they're such a big part of this, but it's so like unspoken and they can't speak publicly about these things.
Yeah, that's a shame. I'm the least paranoid person I know. I probably should be more paranoid, but it's sad to hear that. So look, anything done in a classified realm, you're not supposed to talk, especially if it's a special access program, which is above classified is like, it's classified. A lot of people have top secret clearance in this country. But if it's special access, compartmentalized special access, you have to be on that program to even know that information. So when someone works at Lockheed, if they keep and maintain their clearances in order to work there, they can't talk about general stuff even. Like,
is the Lockheed a private company?
So I don't want to just focus on them it's like an aerospace or technology, a Defense Department company. So Lockheed is its own individualized company, but its biggest contracts are with our government, right? So like our government itself doesn't like produce warplanes. We hire out with aerospace companies to do that. So you got Raytheon, Boeing, Lockheed, all these companies.
Got it.
So a lot of these companies have acquired materials, I'll say like over the decades, right? Because they want to figure out here's what they're trying to do. What they're trying to do is say, we don't get what this is, but we know it can be weaponized. And we'd much rather that we weaponize this shit before anybody else, like, I don't know, say Russia, China. So initially, the secrecy, like the atomic program, it's so that we can have a technological advantage in warfare. Because that's the only thing that really keeps us and distinguishes us is how big bombs we have and how we can implement them or our tech. That's it. It's warfare. So I get it. I get why they were keeping the big secret for a long time. But cat's out of the fucking bag. And it's coming out of the bag even more now. And they see the writing on the wall. So what are they going to do? You can't admit to everything. But you can say, like the atomic program, okay, we're tinkering with the atom now. We're not going to teach you to make a bomb. But we're tinkering with the atom. Same thing with UFOs. Fess up.
All right.
And so people like what was that group that meets up? ATIB?
ATIP and OSAP. So OSAP was the mother program, and ATIP was the auxiliary program off of OSAP.
And these are all the heads of certain places that meet up like billionaires and they talk about UFO shit?
No. So that's different. Maybe you're talking about something else. But so ATIP. Okay.
Who owned Skinwalker Ranch?
Oh, that was Robert Bigelow.
So Robert Bigelow would meet up with a bunch of other people and they would discuss. It's a secret meeting or whatever, but
well, kind of. There's a lot in. So that was called BASS. So I'll break it down like how I understand it for like 101 style, which is that you've got people bidding on this contract to study UFOs, and Bigelow was positioned well. They retrofitted Bigelow Aerospace to be able to have the clearance, the classified, clearance of retaining materials like a spacecraft.
So like a Lockheed Martin type company.
Totally, but more nuanced in that it was really, this whole thing was about UFOs. He already had Bigelow Aerospace put inflatables up, attach them to the International Space Station. Cool, interesting billionaire guy, right? But really what they were doing was they were like, there's $22 million. And so Senator Harry Reid put this in motion, and he got this secret black budget, $22 million, which is like not even the cost of one of our planes, but okay. And they're like, we want to do a technology UFO program. That was the core of it, right? So Bigelow said, cool, I will create something called BASS, Bigelow Advanced Aerospace Space Studies, or something like that. We'll absorb that income, and we will get our facilities ready to receive materials, or like
Materials that they find.
like a craft. That was the idea, I think, behind it. And we'll do all these studies, get the best scientists on this.
As a matter of fact, I have been doing quite a bit of research myself in the bedroom with my lady. And that research involves consuming a Blue Chew tablet roughly 30 minutes before I get into bed with her. Why? Because it's fireworks in the sheets. And I'm not embarrassed about it. Hey man, you know what? If I'm gonna have a good time with Lux, I might as well have a really good time. And that's what Blue Chew is all about, baby. And I don't know if you're aware, but the listeners of the Wild Ride podcast can get an entire month's supply of Blue Chew tablets absolutely for free. All you pay is $5 for shipping if you go to bluechew.com and use the promo code STEVO. Couldn't be more simple. You take care of your prescription right there on the website. And in moments, you've got a month's supply of Blue Chew tablets on its way to your house. So go to bluechew.com and use the promo code STEVO. Now let's get back to it.
So they did that, and it was under a program in the Defense Intelligence Agency called OSAP. And OSAP stands for AW, Advanced Weapon Systems. My brain right now. It's a fucking acronym. This is the main UFO program that absorbed the $22 million, right? Then you've heard about ATIP. ATIP was reported on in the New York Times when the public kind of found out about this. So George Knapp had known about it since the beginning, but he's not the New York Times, so that Harry Reid called him and said, please don't report this. Let the New York Times break it. And he's like, all right. New York Times broke the story about ATIP, Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program. There's a guy named Lou Elizondo, who you might have heard of, who is the guy that led that endeavor and that effort. They weren't the recipient of the $22 million. That was misreporting by the New York Times. But ATIP, they took the military cases, and they took everything that OSAP, when it was ending, and they took that and they ran with it. So it was very heroic to continue this study. So Lou Elizondo is a hero in my eyes, that he took this and kept going with it, for our military and intelligence communities. So that's the breakdown of what you learned. 2017 changed the world. That's when that New York Times article came out that you probably heard about that shit. Black budget, whatever, New York Times, 2017. That told the world that the government was studying UFOs secretly. And before that, we were told, nothing to see here, move on. We ended studying UFOs in 1969 with Project Blue Book. There's no such thing. But then, 2017, we find out, oh yeah, they're real fucking interested.
Wow. Let me ask you about alien abductions. We've all heard about it. I was in my, I got sucked up into a saucer or whatever. Like it. We know UFOs exist. Do we know with equal certainty that these stories of people being abducted by aliens are also true?
I mean, people that claim that, if you hear the Travis Walton is a very famous story, Travis Walton story of abduction. He went missing for a number of days.
Fire in the Sky.
Yeah, Fire in the Sky is a great movie. People were going to be put in jail. They would pass polygraphs on that abduction story. So that one carries weight. And if one is true, who am I to say others are not? And I'm sure there's a lot of bullshit ones. But is that basic phenomenon real? I think we're just learning to form an alphabet here to have a conversation about UFOs. That's down the road, in my eyes, is we have to get to consensus reality on actual reality. If UFOs are real and we accept that now, it's a different era than it was 10 years ago. If we are all there now,
right,
then we need to go into the next phase of that, which is, do we have craft? from them, either crashed or gifted? Have we been exploiting them? What have we learned? Then the hard questions will come. Because if our government admits all that, people are going to ask. So can you just get swooped up? Can that happen? Why? Now, a lot of people that have had what you call abductions, there's also a lot of people that just have what you call contact, right?
Okay.
So there's a famous case, Ariel School, and two of the women now that were children at the time, Liesl and Salma, are friends of mine. I've talked with them extensively about it. They were kids, and this craft, multiple, come down, drop into this Ariel School, well documented, 60, 90 kids, I don't know. A bunch of kids saw it, drew pictures of it. John Mack from Harvard, who was head of psychiatry or something, or...
Was this in another country?
In Africa?
Yeah, I think it was South Africa, if I get it right.
Yeah.
Ariel School. And he went down there and with the BBC, and he interviewed all these kids. Head of Harvard in this field, it was a coup that he'd take this seriously, this abduction thing. So he took it seriously. He's smarter than me. He was smarter than me. He's passed away, but I'd have to imagine that where there's smoke, there's fire. There's got to be something to it. It's not my field. I'm a more like nuts and bolts, like push on the government, get some answers kind of guy. But I would say there's got to be something to it. And that's mind-boggling because these kids, they weren't abducted. But what happened was the craft landed, and there's this being, small, you can imagine like an alien-looking being. And its eyes, this is what every witness said, and especially my two friends, they were like, I was like, what's the best word for this? And they're like, mesmerized. I mean, what do you mean? It was like as if all the sound went away, and I was being shown imagery in my mind of like how we're fucking up the earth, which is a very common thing people say when they have these close encounters. It's like a movie they're playing in their head. And they said it was like transfixed. And then as soon as I broke my gaze, all of that went away. It lost the control over me. It was communicating telepathically. You hear that all the time. Now, I've never had that experience. Sometimes I think my wife is an alien hybrid, kind of spy from another dimension, and she does mind control me. So, maybe it's like that, but whatever it is, there's got to be something to it, Steve. I don't know, man. There's got to be something to it.
I just think it's interesting that we've come so far in the one area, but these situations of contact were just like...
Yeah, well, nobody owns the UFO. It's very democratic, it's like
Right.
It's like it happens to everybody in every field. And I think once you like see one or something, you're like, okay, I know that shit's real. You get kind of like the bug.
Right.
For some people, I don't know. Nobody owns this thing. I think that there is contact, it appears, with individuals more than even governments. And if that's the case, I don't know what's going on.
One question in the context of interdimensional and these different ideas that maybe we can't perceive them in this dimension and they're in another dimension. I've known multiple people who have had encounters with other species, UAPs, whatever you want to refer to them as, through the dream state. And I wanted to ask you about, for one, also to confirm these people also were spoken through telepathically, so they didn't speak, but they were able to communicate, and the same message in one of the instances was spreading the same message of, hey, you guys are damaging this entire planet, and that sends a ripple effect. One thing gets blown up, it changes and it has a ricochet effect onto the next things around it. But I wanted to ask you about the dream state, and if you've heard many instances where people are reached through the dream state, and if you think that maybe they're not physically visible, or maybe they're not unveiling themselves in this dimension by choice, or maybe they don't even have the skills, and if it's in the dream state, and if you think, not to get too many questions at once, but maybe that's a time where we're not, our guards down in the dream state, maybe they're easier to reach out to us where it's not as, we're not going to have a crazy freak out, or if they can't even maybe reach us in some cases in this dimension.
Yeah, I mean, your guess is as good as mine, unfortunately, when it comes to that. So I have made myself available to hear everybody's account. Now, what I can do with that, if it's actionable for me, if it's something that is, profoundly personal, I'd like to hear it, because I feel like censoring information before it comes to me. So I'm very open to hearing it. I've heard every story you can imagine when it comes to abductions, when it comes to close encounters, when it's military personnel, when it's whistleblower. I've heard it all, man. The thing is, or maybe I haven't. Let's see what I hear next, right? Nothing will shock me. But there are things that continue to repeat amongst people that don't know each other. And that's where it gets really kind of haunting to me. Not even in the typical UFO zeitgeist. just little details that continuously are repeated. And I asked to record those conversations. I can use AI word search, and I can find now a decade of interviews where people are repeating things. And they don't know each other, and it's not popular stuff, just little things. So I don't know if it's dream state. Some people say on like DMT they can see some aliens. I don't know. But you don't need to be asleep or high to see this UFO thing. I think you just need to look up.
But that may be where you're in between states. That could be a place where they can reach you.
I'm with you, bro.
Yeah, I had a friend who was really big into DMT, and he had an instance where, because a lot of people, they meet entities. It might not be referred to as aliens, but they meet other beings, which
I've heard it.
There's something that I think is interesting we could talk about too, is just the idea of aliens versus ghosts versus angels. People
Right.
are talking about entities, not even necessarily knowing what they are, but that energy that maybe is in an in-between realm. I've experimented with DMT a lot of times, never experienced beings, but it's a very common thing. But this person was actually he said it was what he interpreted as an alien actually like doing some form of surgery. He said it tickled him though, and he didn't feel threatened or anything. He was just laughing by it, but it wasn't like he felt like he was abducted, but he felt like someone there was working on him. That's like another conversation. But
I've heard that a lot.
I think that when you talk about being contacted in a dream state, like actual like dreaming, I think that suggestion lends more credibility to dreaming than it really deserves. Not that we don't dream, but just my experience of dreaming is just all such absurd nonsense that
Right.
just doesn't,
Well, to answer that one thing, because I know someone who his wife doesn't believe in aliens, and he does, and he said that in the instance where the time he met them and they came to visit him after he had disclosed a bunch of information, his wife basically was saying, "Hey, I had a dream last night where a bunch of these tall gray aliens came to the house," and he didn't perceive it as a dream, from what I understand, but she did. And so I just think that's interesting, because it's not like, oh, I had a dream. It's like two people had the same dream.
Right.
Have you guys ever had like a dream or like some information that you just knew that you had no conventional way of knowing it and it ended up being true?
Probably. You mean like intuition?
I don't know what I mean. Just that if we have received information in some way that we didn't know how, there's no logical way that we know, like no one told you it or wrote it down, it wasn't
Right.
even in the air, then somehow there's information that gets into us from somewhere else.
It's like 100 Monkeys theory.
Sure, that book.
I believe in that. I don't know that I've had personal experience. My dad and my former stepmom went to a medium, like a psychic. The psychic said that the spirit of my dad's first wife, which is my mother, is restless because her ashes have not been scattered.
Wow.
Like and literally, my mom had been passed, was cremated. My sister had this urn with the ashes, like literally on the top shelf inside her closet, and we didn't, just hadn't thought of anything to do with it, and like that's pretty majorly specific, that like the my mom's spirit like what needed to be set free, you need to do the ashes.
So it's a good example, right? So here's my point. Now, we could argue, okay, if you got ashes and, this 50-50 chance you scattered them or not, but it's still...
Nobody...
That she's even cremated. Yeah, I mean, it's like... So here's the deal. That is something we'll have to choose to have to believe now, that information can kind of go into a human consciousness without traditional, meaning we don't know yet how it works. It appears the UFO thing and information, to most people that experience that, it's a non-traditional kind of communication. So there's just so much we don't know. We've been learning over and over for the decades that consciousness does play a role with physical matter, right? That's something that we've all kind of been accustomed to saying now. But how fucking weird is that? That like there's a state of matter can be altered by the observer if there's consciousness observing it. This goes back to the double slit experiment.
slit theory, yeah.
Everybody knows this, right? But have we absorbed this? Like, this is fucking crazy. This means that consciousness somehow dictates the result of physical reality. So the world is so...
Biocentrism.
What is that? Tell me.
This is the idea that that consciousness like creates the universe, not like the other way around.
The brain, yeah.
Right.
So, well, look, dude, I don't know any of these answers, but what it dawns on me that we are so, what's the word, like hubristic, like we're just so, our hubris gets in the way, so we're like, well, that can't be true because,
Right.
and that you look like a fool if you talk about that, so don't look
Right.
like a fool. No one wants to look like a fool. You know, look, man, we're fucking shooting our own selves in the foot with that kind of thing. Everything should be on the table as we kind of look into this new realm, right? So this idea that UFOs and like some people, I remember Carl Jung wrote this book about how he thought UFOs were a physical manifestation of human consciousness. Now talk about hubris, first of all. That's
Right.
fucking crazy. I think he changed his mind later, but whatever this is, this UFO thing, there seems to be a physical mechanical aspect to it that really excites our military for reverse engineering. But there also seems to be this other realm when it comes to the UFO experience that has more to do with human interaction. We're the common denominator, but consciousness, right? That's when you get into all the weird shit that's associated with UFOs. So oftentimes when someone says I had a close encounter, that's the only part they feel comfortable telling you. But there's like weirder shit that happened that they don't freely admit to. Anybody could say I saw a UFO now. You could say that. People are not going to shame you. But you start saying other stuff, it just gets a little weird.
I had a lot of experiences with psychosis from when I was active in drug addiction, and I you know, I've been clean and sober for 15 years now, and still, like, and at no point since I had these experiences have I ever wavered in that, like, all of this stuff that I experienced was totally real, and by totally real, I think to describe it, I arrived at the conclusion that by piling these substances into my body, all of these chemicals, and that I was effectively eroding what I would call the barriers between, like, our sort of, you know, 3D compartment and, you know, and like, and other, which is a very dangerous thing to do through like ingestion of substances, because by eroding the barriers, you open yourself up to all forms of energies, low, high. So I was welcoming in like angels and demons is how I would refer to it.
Yeah.
Like super low. So it's a dangerous, kind of a scary thing, psychosis, because you're inviting in like all of this low level frequency, like demon shit. And but also in came angels, and like there was just a lot of fascinating experiences I had. I would classify it as demons that I called trickster spirits, because they would just entertain the shit out of me. Like, just like my whole apartment would turn into this crazy light show, and like everything was, you know, like
How long would this go on for?
I would have episodes that would last for like, you know, a number of hours. I would be in this, like, you know, and different things would happen for moments.
Yeah.
You know, like there was this skateboard that I had drilled to the wall, and to the skateboard I had drilled the base of a globe, like an atlas, like a, you know, a globe that would sit on a desk. So it was protruding sideways out of the wall over the door, and I sat there and I watched my own face, like as if the globe was like, it was like the liquid Terminator. My own face came pushing through this globe, and it was like I watched it, and then the globe itself with my face protruding out of it just started, like, it was like head banging, like, you know. And I remember thinking, like, dude, this is so crazy, like, and like this can't be real. And I'm like, I'm still seeing it. Like, you know, I had that moment to be like, this can't be real. It's still there. Like, and then like another beat, like, and it's still happening. Like, this is insane.
What do you think that is? That's a different dimension, or what?
I mean, my take on it was that it was just heavy demon stuff because, like when the chair that I was in just erupted into flames, and I was just like, wow, I'm sitting in a chair that's completely on fire. I'm totally engulfed in flames, but it's not hurting me. It's just like, wow, cool. You know, like, I'm just sitting in this huge fire.
You got your money's worth on the drugs.
Yeah, like there were
Stoked.
there were all like the curtains opening and closing while these lights are going off, and like just all these different like crazy experiences I had, and my only response to it all was just to try to keep shoveling more drugs into my body to keep these things happening. And so that's like, that's scary demon shit, you know?
So your idea there when you first started talking about that barrier, so if the brain is more of like a receiver, like a radio, right,
rather than a transmitter.
There we go. So like maybe that is the ultimate thing that we're going to learn is that it is more of a receiver, and there are certain things that can erode that barrier that make it hard to function in like normal reality. But there are ways in which you can permeate that and have those experiences if they're necessary. I don't know. I like this. Like, I don't know. This reality is pretty great. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know. I don't know, man.
Are there things that you know that you can't say that if we knew, it would just blow our fucking minds?
You know, whenever that question gets asked, like, of course, there's a lot of stuff that I know that people have told me in confidence. I'm not trying to hold anything back. Would it blow your minds? Like, I don't know, would like a great UFO photo that the world hasn't seen blow your mind? Probably not. It's like another piece. Like, and also, what is it when someone tells you something? I tell you something, so what? Like, you know, that wasn't earned. It's just some weirdo telling you something. So what I think is that, of course, I have to work in confidence. I believe a lot of the information that I have to be true, that is not proper to put out yet until people allow that information. But it's nothing that is going to change anybody's dynamic right now. I've told you the basics. Our government knows that UFOs are real, that they're not from here, whatever that means. We have craft. We have physical machines. We've been reverse engineering them in secret for a long time, and that secrecy continues to this day. Every inch we're earning on this battlefield of transparency is an inch or a millimeter that people have fought for. There's nobody saying, oh, it's time for a disclosure, a big government operation. Let's tell them some crazy UFO stuff to distract them. That's the stupidest fucking idea in the world. That's, if you really think about it, that's not what's happening. That's what I can tell you. Those big things are true. There's some sort of intelligence that appears not to be human, and it's been engaging humanity since the beginning of recorded human history before, that we have physical artifacts, machines, and even biologics, and your government has lied to you, come and clean a little bit, but it's going to continue to lie to you if you let it slide. That's what I know.
The idea that there are craft and then there's biologics seems a little bit off to me, where what I would just guess to be more accurate is that the line between the biologic and the craft is pretty blurry. Like, is it not a theory that the craft itself is some kind of a biology?
For sure, man. So there's a few nuances to that. So some people say, like, the most common report I get from a military person that doesn't want to be known, they had a close encounter, is that if I hear this another time, if I got a nickel every time I heard this, I'd be rich, right? I know it sounds weird. I'm an engineer. I know it sounds weird. I don't have any other words to describe it. The skin of the craft seemed intelligent. Like, there was an intelligence. It seemed alive. And it kills them to say that, because there's like a lot of engineers, right?
Right.
So there's the idea that the actual machines themselves are so integrated that it is, in a sense, a biology, right? How we understand it, but it's still a craft that carries things. Then you have the idea of biologics being just pilots.
Right.
So you've got craft that appear, the most common UFO is a silver sphere, sometimes cubes, flying cubes with spherical auras, right?
Yeah.
Black cubes?
Yeah, so that's very common. A lot of pilots have conveyed that publicly and privately to people, that they see cubes. By the way, I have articles back in the 60s. Flying cubes goes back all the way as far as UFOs. This is one of the most common shapes, is a flying cube. You can see historical documents with this. The pilot, both military and commercial, saw a flying cube with a spherical aura. You know, that's way back. So these have been around for a long-ass time, whoever's tech this is. So some UFOs appear to be piloted by an artificial intelligence, so like a drone, right? Other UFOs seem to carry occupants, like a few, right? Those occupants we would call biologics, or biologics, but they could very easily be some sort of cybernetic organism with printed flesh that operate as an autonomous kind of AI being,
Yeah.
Then you
it
got
could
the
also
weirdest-
be just a decoy to fuck with us. They
It
could be
could.
like, ha ha, these stupid shits.
Dude, if you're gonna send someone to go study an ant, you're gonna make a badass animatronic ant that kind of puts off the right pheromones. Looks kind of like them, but they're like, "What's up with this fucker? He's a little weird," but blend in, no problem. So you can imagine, sometimes you feed like animals in the wild with a puppet of that animal. You could see that being part of the case. So when you talk about biologics, maybe there are some sort of non-terrestrial things in our upper atmosphere that are biological, right? Maybe that's what they mean by that. So pilots of craft, cybernetic, drone type things, species from other places we don't know. I don't know.
What is that thing that hangs out by the USS space station, the Wanamana, or it's you know what I'm talking about? It's like a cigar-shaped rock that's just been there forever.
No, that came in to orbit and then took off, and that was Oumuamua.
Oumuamua.
Yeah, and that's Dr. Harvey Loeb.
They figured out what it was?
No, there's a lot of debate what that was, because I'm not a scientist, so I might fuck this up, but this thing came from deep space, kind of made this roundabout around the gravitation of Earth. However, it was a weird trajectory for it, and so at first they were like, oh, that's propulsion. That thing came from deep space, came out, propelled off. Then some scientists say, well, it was expressing gas probably, from the heating getting close to the sun. That's why it changed direction, of course. Then they said, well, we can't see that. So they're like, it must have been coming from the inside core of this piece of rock. So they got all these mental loops they go through. I don't know. Go ask Harvey Loeb at Harvard. He'll probably give you his definitive answer on what Oumuamua was. It was just an object from another outside of our solar system that came in.
Okay.
Yeah.
One thing I think that's interesting based on, talking about these different types of crafts and different variations, it's like, just like here on Earth, we have so many different you have different races, different types. And then, people are like, oh, aliens are this, like, we're aliens to them, essentially. We're just from another place. When they come to see us, we're the aliens to them. What I think is interesting is thinking about people have this misconception maybe where they're like, oh, these aliens are really good, or they're actually really bad. More on the bad side is I think what people tend to think, or they're scared because we're scared of what we don't know. But it's just like someone here. It's like some people have good intentions, some people have bad intentions. Obviously, if we're likely to blow up other people, the message of them coming to tell us, hey, you guys probably need to just protect yourself or be conscious of what you're about, the chain reaction you'll cause. But I think that's something that when you were talking about that, I feel like there's maybe something that's important to be spoken about is just, there could be pretty much endless amounts of different races and different types, and some could have these very negative intentions and be kind of using their influence to maybe be like, oh, if this does blow up, then it affects our neighbors, which they don't like, or whatever their agenda is. Just like humans have their agenda and they're trying to get someone to do something, whether that's for self-gain or maybe they want to protect it for their own self-preservation. But I think it's an interesting concept of
Angels and demons, bro.
Yeah, and
there's all nature of different energies, man.
And I think it's interesting talking about religion and the different angels that have been seen, or circles in the sky and these different things, and kind of just the idea that maybe this has been going on for so long, and that was our way of perceiving it, is kind of piecing it into the way we could understand it into words, which there's not enough words to describe most of things in the world.
Yeah. So a couple of things what you said. There's three that we should talk about. So one is that there's a lot of variety of these UFOs or craft. The second is, back in the religious things, what people were seeing, and also is what's the intent, good or bad. Those are three things we should probably talk about. So shapes of craft. I can tell you from getting reports, just thousands in a month, thousands. And some people just directly just want me to know, no one else to know. Fine. The shapes of these craft are so... Dude, there's no consistency. Of course, you got the spheres and you have the cigar shape. You have these kind of fundamental shapes. But when people have close encounters and they're telling you what they saw, they don't want other people to know. I mean, this shit's not aerodynamic. You could choose almost any form. These machines are so bizarre. Some are huge, the size of a football field or larger. Of course, some are delta shaped, spheres, all that, cubes. But there's odd shapes. It's as if these craft... It's as if they come from tons of places. There's not one repeatable version of a craft that's very common.
And aren't there just orbs, just light?
Sure.
Triangles.
Okay. I've got I think only one more question that I really feel that I need to ask, and that is, what's up with Stonehenge? Are we anywhere closer to nailing it down that it was aliens who built Stonehenge because it just wasn't possible for people to lift those rocks? And I'm going to tag on to that as part of the same question. what's up with the pyramids.
Yeah, like, so I'm going to be so disappointing in that there's people that know a lot more about that than I do. I've been so kind of hyper-focused and, like, shaking the trees of government, making sure people know about this stuff. What I will say is that I think human beings have this incredible adaptability and ingenuity, and just because we don't see evidence for how something was done, it doesn't mean that we might have lost that technology at some point. We might have had a sophisticated society to some degree, and we lost knowledge. It takes one generation, if it's not written down, to lose information, right? Now, I do agree with you. Some of that shit is fucking wild. Like, we are discovering whole pyramid complexes underneath using LiDAR. You hear about that? So under jungles, we'll go up in planes and shoot down like satellite imagery and use
Lasers,
LiDAR,
fucking-
lasers, and we're mapping out whole temples and cities. And they're like, yeah, don't tell anybody because they're going to go loot that shit, keep it. So it's a kind of this hidden secret that there's all these complexes of stone structures from other cultures that don't make sense to us. That shit is fascinating. I don't know if you need aliens to do that. However, there are people that think, how do you get these stone blocks that look like they're molded and lifted? Do you use sound to lift them? You can't put a razor blade between them? I would like to know, but I don't know. I don't know the answers.
Yeah, I was reading that like the Mayan temples, the Aztec temples, like everybody thinks that the Mayans and the Aztecs built those. Like they showed up there and they started a civilization around that. Those were already there.
Oh, yeah, and we hear that all the time. So, okay, outside of my scope, but I'll try to give it to you anyway. It's a place called Pumapunku, and a lot of alien UFO people like talking about it because there are these megalithic stones that have this precise carving out of the stones. Now, the stones, if I understand the story, they're made of diorite. There's two things that can cut diorite: laser beams and diamond edge tools. They had chicken bones and copper, and they always said, we didn't make these. They were here, we inherited them, and nobody believed them because, well, you must have made them because that's our history. Turns out they didn't make them, and they don't know how these were carved. Like three-dimensional cutouts in diorite stone that is like absolutely precise. So if you look that up, Pumapunku, that kind of will spin your head a little bit, which is like, what technology, other than chicken bones and copper, were used to do that? And that's where you can have your aliens, because I don't know.
Right.
Yeah,
I
or
mean,
that rock in Saudi Arabia that's just cut perfectly in half. It's just paper thin but perfectly cut.
sounds
I
like
don't
way better examples than Stonehenge and the pyramids.
No,
by
but
the way.
you grew up in England, right? So like Stonehenge is a mystery, bro. Like I don't know. I really don't know much about it. But the thing is, there's so much we don't know just about our human past that we're in this new era of like saying, hey, we might be part of a greater intergalactic understanding of what it means to be human.
I mean, I think that is. I don't want to say obvious, but I think that makes perfect sense to me. The idea, I've heard it said, and I think this is credible, that there is so much like just irrefutable evidence of reincarnation that it is baffling that anybody could still like maintain skepticism on the subject. Like, there's just too many examples, like you said, of information being disseminated, whatever, like
Non-traditional
imparted.
teams and party.
Right. Like, you got, like, little kids, 2 years old. It's like, oh, yeah, like, when I was the president of this company or something.
Yeah, the boy that was born before is a great documentary on one of these cases.
Right.
Yeah, that.
And there are endless examples
Yes.
of children knowing things, recognizing people, like having information that they just could not possibly have. That it's like, okay, let's just let's just lock this in. Let's just lock this in and say reincarnation's real. I think that the same kind of philosophy, it's got to apply to this. How to chicken bones and copper, like that to me sounds
interesting,
like
yeah.
a very credible example of like the equivalent of a little kid knowing precisely information about a past life, where it's like, okay, this kid is reincarnated that person. Like, you got chicken bones and copper, and they're cutting things that only lasers and diamonds can cut.
So the thing was that they didn't cut it, though. That's the thing. Like, it was there before them. So the idea. So you're talking about.
Right. So the existence of something that could not exist.
Right. So you're talking about, and it fascinates me, continuity of consciousness. This idea that maybe this idea of reincarnation has been well studied. There's a university that has one of the longest studies on this. They studied children, they're trying to see like what they would say about their past, then they'd go resolve those cases and find out. And weird things when I've read about it, which is like the kids would have like birthmarks that associated with the injuries they had in that.
Right.
So it's so funny, it kind of comes full circle in that this idea of life, what happens when you die, life after death, and this interest in like the UFO topic, that's like that guy Bigelow was really interested in it, the guy that owns Skinwalker Ranch. So he's actually started something called BIX, which is like it's a whole study on the continuity of consciousness now, because these big questions, they excite people, you know. And if if you're a billionaire and you can just kind of study the cool shit, that's what people do. But I don't know. I am so fascinated with this life. I'm so fascinated with the unanswered questions. I have disdain for when we think we can just put something in a box and say, oh, we figured it out, without actually looking at it. That's how I got started in the UFO thing. Was I was very, it was very dismissive. People were very dismissive. Scientists were, and I was like, what the fuck? You should be salivating over the idea of what you can study. So I don't know, man. This idea of continuity of consciousness, that'd be cool.
I think that the whole question of what happens like after you die, like to me is so silly, and I love that you said it, that our brains are receivers, not transmitters. I've had this conversation with a number of people, like in general, and on this podcast specifically, but the idea that our brain generates consciousness, that it's a transmitter, that consciousness originates and comes from the brain, would like to believe that would be to believe that when the brain dies that there's nothing left. But if you just shift your perspective on that and say, okay, maybe the brain is not a generator of consciousness, but rather it is a receiver of consciousness. Now we're looking at the brain as like a radio that's picking up a signal. And this is a metaphor, an analogy that anybody can grab onto, that if you take a radio and smash it, obliterate it with a sledgehammer, you've killed the radio, but you've done absolutely nothing whatsoever to affect the signal that radio was picking up.
Right.
And right there in that simple analogy, that simple metaphor, like you can completely grasp the idea that death isn't real, you know, like the idea of a soul. And like it seems silly to me that people are so hung up on the idea that, oh, is there life after you die? It's like, dude, come on, bro.
I do wonder, in how you're describing, I'm imagining this smashing the radio. I do wonder if we think about it this way: what if that consciousness is the medium through which your brain receives information, but also, like, if you have a microphone, it absolutely influences the physical world. We see that in what we're talking about before, the quantum physics and the idea. So if that is true, maybe we're both. Maybe that the brain is both a receiver and a transmitter, but the space in which that occurs, that is consciousness, right? That is
right.
That is the idea, maybe.
And when you get collective consciousness, everybody put together, then now we're all in agreement that we're seeing the same thing. Now you've got immutable laws of science which apply in every situation, because the collective consciousness has generated this illusion of reality, and that's why when you ask the question, like, what are the odds that a universe so expansive, it goes on and on forever and ever and ever, yet somehow there's only this like immeasurably like minuscule, like tiny little speck in it that's able to like foster life. Like, what are the odds that just only life can exist in this one thing in the middle of this expansive universe that goes on and on forever? Like, that doesn't seem probable. And then if you flip that on its head, look at it the other way, change your perspective. But what is it not more likely that our consciousness is as tiny as that little dot, able to project this?
Wow, yeah.
That the universe is constructed by consciousness.
Yeah. It's a great, yeah, I don't, it's like worse than the chicken or the egg. I mean, I don't know if we'll ever really be able to figure that out, but it's a, look, man, the expanse of the universe, like how big, unimaginably big, they say it's statistically improbable that we're the only life. But I agreed with what you said earlier. We must be fucking fascinating at this stage of our development, the toys we got, the stupid things we do. I do watch that show.
Right.
I mean, it's awesome. Welcome to Planet Earth, the greatest show in the solar system. I'm sure of that much.
We're like the Kardashians of the universe.
That's epic. You know?
Yeah,
Who's
for
getting
sure.
the royalties though? For who's watching that? Who's watching this, man?
Yeah, who knows? So you have a YouTube channel, Weaponized.
Yes, yeah. It's just my personal YouTube channel at Jeremy Corbell, but we have a show, George Knapp and I have a show together. So George Knapp is a gangster, old school investigative journalist about this UFO topic. He was on it before anybody. You know, he brought Bob Lazar forward. So luckily I get to kind of sit with him and have our private conversations and investigations, and sometimes with guests, public, and it's really fucking fun. So that is the YouTube channel, and you can watch the show Weaponized on podcasts and stuff.
You can have Tom DeLonge on.
Tom's a good friend of George's and also mine. I've known him for a while. Sure. I mean, I don't know. We don't even know what we're doing next week, to be honest with you. You know? So it's like, it's just a matter of like finding the time for everybody. But who is next? I don't know. But George and I will be there.
I love it.
Dude,
I love it.
I love it. It's such fascinating stuff.
Yeah.
And I love your just your intoxicating curiosity. It's you know, you're like
It's contagious.
Okay.
I love it.
You're clearly just so jazzed on being alive and just the wonder and the curiosity of the universe, and it's inspiring, man.
Thanks, but I appreciate that. You know,
Yeah.
the thing is I think when you in life, I get excited about coffee. You know, I get excited about, you know, the little things. It's like, this is just happens to be a big question, and I feel like it's uncharted territory. And when in our lives can we really be like topographers? We're creating a map of something. There's so much we know, but it's the things we don't that really excite me. So I think that's what draws me. It's the UFOs is like, it's a thing, but it's really the fact that not only do we not know, but we're like resisting studying it. So that's why I'm most excited about it. You know?
Right. Yeah, I love it, man. I hope that you don't step on any toes
Yeah,
and
me
have
too.
anybody coming after you. You know, Oliver's obviously worried about your safety.
I'm worried about you,
he
bro.
seems worried.
Be careful.
No, I'm good, man. I'm directed and protected and too stupid to know when I'm in danger, I found out. So we're good.
Yeah, I think we have that in common, man.
Pretty much.
Yeah. But yeah, hey, man, thank you so
thanks,
much, brother. Yeah, for
thank
sure.
you.
Yeah, that was awesome.
All right, bro. Thank
you very much.
Yeah.
We always ask you, but I don't think there's anything that we could possibly be concerned about. We always say to guests after we're done, like, if there's anything that you're
I
not
appreciate that. I'm
comfortable
good,
with,
brother. Yeah.
Like,
All good. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that was. I had to pee so bad that whole time.
Oh, no.
But I was just fascinated.
Yeah.
There you have it, baby. Do you feel enlightened, or do you feel scared? Well, I'll tell you how I feel. I feel full of gratitude to be talking to anybody at the end of this episode, and I know that there's a bunch of you, and I love you. I love you so much. And what can I share with you? In this room, before we did these ad reads, we mapped out the rest of the year, and it's gonna be fucking crazy. Just putting that out there, it's gonna be fucking crazy. The end of this year's gonna end with a bang. Some bazoombas. Hey everybody, and welcome to a very sweet wild ride with Steve-O. Not only do we have Jodie Sweetin from Full House with all kinds of crazy insights into the scandalous trials and tribulations of child actors, as well as all this juicy stuff about addiction and recovery, but this episode's brought to you by the sweetest brand of cereal out there. It's called Magic Spoon, and it really is magic because each serving has 0 grams of sugar, 4 grams net carbs, and 13 grams of protein. That's absolutely crazy because this stuff is every bit as delicious as all of your favorite cereals from when you were a kid. I don't mind saying that this fruity flavor, it's every bit as delicious as Fruity Pebbles. The frosted flavor, dude, reminds me so much of Cap'n Crunch. And here, this stuff's actually good for you. I mean, dude, it's a performance enhancing meal. Dude, I also don't mind admitting that totally by myself, I went to magicspoon.com/Stevo and I ordered 26 boxes because I love it so much. Yeah, I'm running low on cinnamon. I'm telling you, it tastes just like Cinnamon Toast Crunch. I'm going to eat some right now. Dude, you guys have to try this, man. It is so killer. You go to magicspoon.com/Stevo and use the promo code Stevo. Gets you $5 off your order, and it's like being back in the game, man. Eating like you're a little kid, except not feeling bad about it. Go over there, grab yourself a variety pack. Just enjoy, man. And they have a happiness guarantee, so if you don't like it for any reason, get your money back, no questions asked. Tastiest cereal ever. 0 grams of sugar per serving. Now, let's get into it. Ladies and gentlemen, Jodie Sweetin. Yeah,
Hey,
dude. All right.
what's up?
You've met my co-host, Scott Randolph.
Yes.
I have, Scott. How are you?
Good, how are you?
And it's hot as balls outside, but we're going to run this air conditioner for as long as we can.
Yeah. We'll run it and then turn it off eventually. And I speak loud anyway, so I'll just do my best to
Okay,
project.
It will turn off, I predict, in about 45 to 50 minutes.
Right.
And if by that point you've had enough, then fair enough.
All right. No,
All
we'll be all
right.
right.
So yeah, where to begin? I mean, my first thing I'm curious about, were you a child star before the original Full House?
I did a lot of commercials and stuff when I was young, before Full House. Full House was one of my first big television gigs. I
Sure.
did, I don't know if you remember the show The Hogan Family.
Yeah.
I actually did a guest appearance on The Hogan Family as Pamela Poole, who was Mrs. Poole, the next door neighbor's niece. And it was an episode where she was watching me and then she like throws her back out or something, and then Jason Bateman and the other
wow.
two, Jeremy Licht and Danny, I can't remember his last name. Anyway, they take over, wind up babysitting me, but that was my very first TV role. I was 4.5. And it was the same producers that were doing Full House, the same executive producers, Miller Boyett, and they loved what I did, and they cast me on Full House. From that, I never actually auditioned for the show. I basically did a guest appearance on Valerie, and they were like, "This is who we want for Stephanie."
Jesus.
So I
Super cool.
was incredibly lucky. And before that, I did a Sizzler commercial that was really successful. Like, the ad company wound up giving me a dog when I was like 4 because the commercial was so successul, and it was like I kind of
They
got.
gave you a dog.
They gave me because
That-
it was
that's all they
BBD and
gave
O.
you?
They gave me a dog because it did so well, and because originally they had a boy cast for the part, and they brought me in as a backup, and I did it, and this poor little boy had to just stand to the side all day while they completely changed the entire commercial to be a daughter. They didn't even have a name for me, so they just used Jody. Like, I mean, it was
Wow.
yeah, and it was a Sizzler all you can eat shrimp commercial, and it was a really hugely popular thing.
And
So
television commercials have always been like a really like good paying thing, right?
a good national commercial is awesome. Like, you know,
Right.
people that when you see like those people in commercials that are doing the whatever the insurance
Progressive.
one, Progressive, all that shit.
Right.
They're doing great off of some
I had
national commercials.
a buddy that did a Zima commercial and it got picked up and he made like 90 grand
yeah,
off of it.
yeah, you make a ton off of national commercials. I don't know how it is now. I mean, the business is so different now from when I started. Like,
If
it's just vastly different. But
if it's based on impressions, I would imagine that it's still very lucrative.
yes, well, I mean, now Instagram, all that shit is just based. Oh, can I
Right.
say that?
Yeah, you
know,
can say
sure.
whatever you
Okay,
want.
You can say-
It's a
fucking
wild
God.
ride.
Yeah, I was like, if I can't say the word "fuck" on Steve-O's podcast, I don't know what kind of
Right.
planet I'm
Yeah.
living on. But yeah, it's that was my introduction into it, and I was 4 years old, and then by 5 I was working on Full House, and then that was
Oh shit, you were 5 when Full House
5.
started?
Yeah.
Damn.
I was 4.5 when I did Valerie,
'Cause I
and
was-
when I got cast, I was 5 years old.
I picture you as like the older sister. you
No,
know, like,
Candace was 10, I was 5, and then Ashley, Mary Kate were 9 months old.
damn.
Yeah.
It shows how much I know.
Well,
Fuck.
fuck, what's that like walking onto a set at 5? Like, I mean, at that point, do you even know what's going on?
Oh yeah, it was funny. I actually just today I ran into Joel Zwick, who directed tons of episodes of Full House, the original. I met him when I was 4.5 years old. He directed our pilot. I've known him forever. Ran into him randomly today, but he still talks about it. He's like, at 5 years old, like, you sat at the reading table, you read that script with everybody else, like, you were on it, you had everybody laughing.
You could read
like,
at 5?
I could read a little before my 3rd birthday.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Did you like that attention?
I loved it. I'm a little bit of a nerd, and so yeah, I've loved reading my whole life.
Dude, I was on an airplane recently and I watched an HBO documentary about child stars. Mm-hmm. And it was like kind of pretty dark. Like it was an indictment of like, pushing kids into show business.
Right. Which it's unfortunate. Well, it's not.
You know what's absolutely unfortunate? Yesterday, I had to delete something from Instagram because the hair coming out of my nose was just disgusting and humiliating. But you know what's not unfortunate at all? Is that all I had to do is grab my Manscaped weed whacker and just stick it in there, and boom, nose hair gone. Problem solved. That's what Manscaped does, is solves grooming problems, man. They got the new Lawnmower 4.0. This is the best shaving tool out there, man. It even shows you what you're doing with the light. Boom. No nicks, no cuts, just fresh, shaved balls and body, courtesy of the best men's grooming device out there, Manscaped. Now, if you go to manscaped.com/Stevo, what are you going to get? 20% off your order plus free shipping. Plus, man, it's summertime, dude. It's time to have the clothes off. It's time to look good. So, dude, are you going to be a slob with hair all over you like Scott Randolph? Or are you going to get your Manscaped grooming devices and clean yourself up, take off your shirt with pride? Yeah. Go to manscaped.com/Stevo and get yourself taken care of by using that /Stevo, 20% off your order and free shipping. And hey, you heard it from me. Now, let's talk about child stars.
It is and it isn't. I guess my experience was so vastly different growing up in this business. Like, yes, there are some things that come along with being famous at a young age.
Yeah.
But my overall experience was so wonderful and positive, and like, I have this family of people 35 years later that I'm still friends with and like still are my family. I never experienced any abuse. My parents always were like, if this isn't what you love, we're not going to make you do it. It was never my parents' idea. Like, I wanted to perform.
Right, but does a 4-year-old say, I want to go on an audition?
Yeah.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. When I was 3 years old, I told my mom I would watch TV and I'd say, Mommy, I want to be a modeler, which was the people that I saw on TV. And she was like, I don't know. Like, my parents were very hesitant. I mean, my dad, he was a superintendent of a gypsum plant in Long Beach Harbor. My mom was a stay-at-home mom.
Of a what plant?
A gypsum plant, drywall.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I don't think I ever heard the word gypsum.
Yeah.
It's like a drywall union? It's like electrician, plumber, gypsum?
I don't know. I mean, maybe. I think it falls under like dock workers or something. I don't know. But my dad, had a very blue-collar job. He was a handyman all my life. My mom was a stay-at-home mom. Huh?
And you were in Los Angeles?
We were in, Lakewood was where we first lived, which is technically LA County, but pretty far south, kind of next to Long Beach. And so my mom put me in dance classes, and like, at my first recital, I was in the second row, and apparently I thought the girl in front of me was just fucking it all up, so I like kind of pushed her out, and I was like, I got this. And like, my mom was like, I mean, maybe she should perform. She really loves it.
Right.
And I did, and I came alive, and still to this day, I don't think I ever feel more at home than when I'm on set working, like having all of that going on. It just feels like totally comfortable to me. And I never stopped. You know what? In high school, I stopped wanting to audition as much, and my mom was like, all right, cool. Like, if this isn't what you want to do, I'm not going to drive you around everywhere and want it for you. And I took some time off. I went to performing arts high school, and that was it. So it was always my idea, though, and I didn't have a terrible experience, but I know so many people have because, and I've seen it. I've seen
Sure.
parents that want it more than their kids.
Right. That's interesting to say. In high school, I didn't want to audition anymore. Where you think of child stars and the dynamic that's sort of like kind of dark, and is that like maybe when they grow up a little bit, people don't find them cute anymore, and then they're
Right.
sort of like maybe like 12 years old and feeling all washed up, kind of a thing.
I mean, it was definitely an adjustment. At 13 years old, I was finishing middle school, which is just shit for anyone. You know what I mean? Middle school just kind of sucks.
Right, okay.
I have two kids that are going in. My one is in 8th grade and one is going into 6th grade, and it's just the most awkward time of your life, right?
Yeah.
So I finished the show, and I'm starting high school. So it was just, I mean, that time of your life when you're like, who the fuck am I? You know, like, what do I want? What am I doing? And I went to the Orange County High School for the Arts, so I was in musical theater.
Okay.
So I still had that performing outlet. And I did Party of Five. I did like a 6-episode guest starring thing on Party of Five when I was a little bit older. And
I thought you were going to say, I did party my ass off.
well, I did. But that was like later in my,
Right.
like high school and 20s when I really
But
acted like an asshole.
were you still going to grade school while you were filming? Mm-hmm. They didn't have, like, by law, you didn't have like a teacher on set.
I
and
had both. Our producers, again, were really involved and engaged in how the kids on the show were doing. So I really wanted to go to regular school in the morning, and because we lived in Orange County and like traffic sucked getting up there at 8, we worked it out to where I think my first season I did my school on set just because we were kind of getting into the groove of it. But after that, like, I went to school in the morning. We worked 40 weeks, so Monday I was at school all day. Tuesday, Wednesday, I went to school until lunch and then got picked up. And Thursday and Friday, I did my work on set. So I had, like, a foot in normal life, and I just went to a public school in Orange County. Normal life. Like, I didn't live some crazy... yes, I got to do really cool shit growing up, but I also lived a very normal, grounded life. And I think that really helped me be a halfway normal fucking person. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
So if my math is right, you were 13 when you stopped doing Full House. You were 5 when it started, so it ran for 8
it
years.
was 8 years. We did 8 seasons of that show, yeah. And 5 seasons of Fuller House for Netflix.
And so that means it's super syndicated. Like, did you get to renegotiate your contract after like so many years and get like back end and stuff?
You don't get back end stuff, but you still get, some residuals. But residuals, people think they're, you're making
Right.
like hundreds of thousands of dollars. You're like, it's a nice little bonus of like, I can put a little bit of money aside, maybe, or pay my bills with it.
Right.
But it's not everything that everyone thinks it is, And now with Netflix and streaming, like, again, like I said, the business is so different. Like, residuals aren't a thing anymore.
Right.
You get paid out up front. They pay you far less than, they used to
Wow,
on network shows. And you get paid out, and that's it. Like, you'll get
crazy.
maybe DVD sales and stuff like that, but it's a very different business than it used to be. But yeah, I mean, look, Full House has been on the air ever since it started in 1986.
Right.
It's never been not on the air somewhere in the world. So
That's crazy. I'll sound like a creep for asking this, but do people always tell you you look like Scarlett Johansson?
you know what? That's actually something that I've gotten several times, and it's a huge compliment. Because I'm like, if anyone thinks I look remotely like her, I'll fucking take it. She's gorgeous.
On we saw the Black Widow or the movie Billboard
right.
after. I'm like, that looks like the Jodie that we're gonna on our way to right now.
I have actually heard that before, and it's funny because people come up to me like, "Can I tell you? Do you know who you look like?" And I'm always like expecting, the girl from Full House, and they'll be like, "Scarlett Johansson." I'm like, "Thank you."
Right.
Or the girl from Vikings. I've gotten that
Oh
too.
yeah, my girl loves the show Vikings, but I never got into
I
it.
haven't watched it, but I actually had somebody think I was her on a plane. And was like, I know who you are. And I was like, oh, okay. So we went along this whole thing. I thought one thing, and
Right.
this person thought another. And then finally he was like, I just love Vikings. I have to say. And I was like, oh, that's actually not me. We're having two very different conversations.
Are
So,
you familiar? So you've watched Vikings. You're into it.
I haven't watched it. I've watched like half of one episode. Not because I didn't like it. I just was, God only knows what other 9 million shows I was trying to finish at the time.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. But
you-
thank you. I'll take the compliment.
Yeah. I mean, it struck me. I was like, man, there's a real resemblance there.
I will play her sister any day in any movie. I'm just throwing that out there right now.
So, sorry.
No, go ahead.
When you said you went to an art school, so like what I was curious about, you hear of like child stars getting like bullied in school.
Oh yeah, I
But-
did for sure.
Oh, you got bullied in school because you
Oh,
were
yeah.
successful with the show.
Yeah, middle school is really hard. I mean, elementary school, people were rough, but it was like stupid shit. You know what I mean? Like whatever, making fun of your name or but that was like across the board. Everyone just, made fun of each
Right.
other. But I was with those kids for a while. Then you go to middle school and it's like now you're dealing with kids from, 5 or 6 different elementary schools that you haven't met before, and they're like, I would show up to school and it was like I knew people either wanted to be my friend because they were impressed by me or or just wanted to be around me to fuck with me. And, I remember walking through the quad in like 7th grade, like the first week of school, and somebody just chucked an apple right to the side of my head from across the thing. And they'd write shit on my locker or like intentionally try and trip me or like, as you walk by, talk shit. And I just learned to be like, fuck you, It gave me a real thick skin, so it prepared
Right.
me well for the internet, that's for sure.
Did you ever get in any fights? Are you a brawler or no?
Not till later. Not till later.
Really?
But yeah, I've had a few. I mean, that was definitely more when I was just like in my addiction and drinking and being an asshole.
Yeah.
I'm great for like the first 3 hours, and then after that, I'm like, I will fight anyone.
For sure.
Did you make it through all the 8 years of Full House without getting loaded, or did that
I
start?
did. No, I was still a kid,
Yeah.
and like it really wasn't until high school, which is kind of when everybody starts. That's the time. 13, 14, 15. Like you start doing dumb shit because everyone's doing dumb shit at that age. But I always say I would have had issues with addiction regardless
Sure.
of growing up on TV. I understand addiction in a very different way now, but I also, I was adopted at a very early age. My parents both had addiction issues, my biological parents. I was raised by 2 totally normal people, and that was what I found. I started partying in high school, and I was the one that it was like I started, and I couldn't stop. And I went too far,
Right.
and people were like,
Yeah.
what is wrong with you? I was like,
I come from a long line. Like on my mom's side of the family, every single person, like
Yeah, me
without
too.
without exception.
yeah.
But-
On my biological side, it's, there was a lot of addiction, there was a lot of mental illness, but, actually finding out now as an adult, there was also a lot more success in some of my biological family than I knew about. But, it was, I definitely was born with,
Sure.
a predilection to that. And then at 13, 14, you start going like, who am I? Where am I from? Who are my people? Who I know these are my parents, but I'm not from them. So like, how do I connect with that? And when the only thing you know is like your parents were addicts and had issues and in and out of jail, and my dad was killed in a prison riot, like, when that's what you know, suddenly you feel like, oh, is that all that I am? Is that who I am? And it took me a long time to get over that resentment and that hurt and that all of that really led to a lot of my issues.
How old were you when you found out you were adopted?
Well, how
I
old were you
always
when
knew.
you were adopted?
I was officially 14 months old, but it was right around like my first birthday, a little bit before. So it was about a year.
Was there a period in between getting adopted and not being with your biological parents where you were like shuffling through the system?
I didn't get put in the system, thankfully, but my mom was in jail when I was born. I talk about.
You were born in
all the things,
jail?
but I was born in jail.
Wow,
well, I was
that's-
born
What a
technically,
legend, dude.
technically at the USC County.
Sure.
On the the inmate floor, but
13th
yeah.
floor?
Yep, 13th floor. And
So there's like the keck, and then there's
right. Yeah. So luckily my mom had and my biological dad had friends and cousins and family who actually are related to my adopted dad, and that's how I became adopted by my parents. Was he knew of me through his ex-wife's family and his kids from his first marriage, who were actually the ones that brought me home. And so I was staying with them, and my parents really wanted to have kids. My mom wasn't able to. and they knew that I needed a home. And so I was really fortunate in that I didn't wind up in the system because
Right.
family and friends showed up for me and took me home.
Yeah.
But I was real close, you know, and I always look at my life as this series of like incredibly fortunate events where I just happened to be in the right place at the right time, and like my life took a really different journey, you know.
Huh. I think that's a great perspective, because I can imagine some people being like, "Man, I fucking got screwed. I was born in jail, and then fucking."
Well, and you know, here's the thing: is like I had to get through, and you know, I talked a lot about that in my book Unsweetened, and I talk about it a lot because I think, for one thing, I know that you know, growing up as an adoptee, there was, I think there's less of a stigma now, but when I was young, you know, my mom was always like, "We don't want to talk about this," because they were afraid that all of that coming out about me, that somehow people would look at me different. And now I'm like, I don't give a shit how people look at me. Like, you know what I mean? I am who I am, and I've survived, you know? I've had some obstacles thrown at me, but I've also had some really wonderful experiences. So that's life, right? Like, you sometimes start off in a shitty place, and then it's not so bad.
When you got pregnant, were you thinking like, "Oh God, my kids are going to be alcoholics"?
I mean, that was definitely that's always a fear, right? Like, are my kids going to be fucked up too? Am I fucking them? I mean, that's just a parental fear of like, is this the thing that's going to put them in therapy? Like, is this the conversation? Is this time that I snap and yell going to be the thing that like,
sticks with them?
But I also know, like, for me, I was raised by the most normal, non-drinking, like, so there for me in every respect. I still fucked up because I had my own shit to deal with. So, like, trying to raise teenagers, especially now, man, my daughters are 13 and almost 11, and it's terrifying. But I also know, like, I have to, you know, I've learned through my adventures in sobriety and all that, like, I have to learn to give them the dignity of their own experience, too, and hope that I've put in place the right things. And also know that they're gonna fuck up, and it's not all about me. Like, I can't take all of my kids' bullshit and be like, "Oh, it's me. I did it," you know? But it's scary.
I was at one of my get-togethers with sober friends.
Yes. Oh, yes.
And after our get-together, this mother sort of called for like a little powwow. You know, we're all sort of standing around. You know, everyone's kind of going home except for us. We're talking. And she says, "I've got I think she was talking about her son. If I remember, there's like the kid was like 8 years old or something. She says, my son is showing such signs of being an alcoholic, but he's never even took a drink yet. He's never even, you know, and like I don't know what to do because like I can't say like, oh, you gotta like, you know. But she says part of me wants to like just hand him a beer and a joint and let him get to it so that
and
he
just
can
be
bottom
like,
out.
let's fucking, by the time you're 15, maybe you'll get your shit together instead of starting then and fucking it up for a while.
Right.
I mean, that's the thing, right? My kids, I always like to say that, you know, when I got sober too, one of the things that I learned was that practicing these principles in all my affairs also includes my parenting, right? So my kids are aware of the guiding principles of my life and all that stuff. And, you know, at the end of the day, they're going to make their own choices, and I just have to hope that whatever they've heard and instilled and know will be relevant. Or I'll luck out and they'll be fucking normal and they'll read my book, you know, which of course they now know about and their friends talk about and all that shit. And they'll be like, "I don't want to be like her. That sounds terrible." Probably not, but you know, what teenager ever says that? But
when I was working on my book, I found myself thinking, dude, I'm fucking gnarly.
At what part did you think that? At all of it?
Was
there
towards
one?
the end?
Yeah.
Like I had this documentary about my downward spiral, and you know,
I've seen it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember. We actually met several times.
Okay. I get so uncomfortable when people tell me that they met me before I got sober, because odds are that means they have an awful story to tell about me. But there's only a good story to tell about what's going to happen tonight when my girl Lux gets home. Because I'm going to pop a Blue Chew tablet in my mouth and chew it up, and I'm going to show her my blue tongue, because when she sees it, she literally cheers. And she should, man, because Blue Chew tablets have the same active ingredient as both Viagra and Cialis, except they only cost a fraction of the price, and they're chewable. Plus, to get Blue Chew tablets, you don't have to have an awkward in-person visit to the doctor's office, because when you go to bluechew.com, you just consult with one of their medical providers right there on the website. Couldn't be more simple, couldn't be more quick. And if you use the promo code STEVO at BlueChew.com, you know what? You're going to get an entire month's supply of Blue Chew tablets completely for free. All you have to pay is $5 for shipping. Come on. Could we get a better deal? I'm telling you. I have so much fun when I take my Blue Chew tablet and rock Lux's world. So, hey man, if you want to have extra fun with your extra impressive boner, then get on over to BlueChew.com and use the promo code STEVO, because once again, that gets you an entire month's supply for free. All you got to pay is $5 for shipping. It's a really good time, so enjoy yourself. Now, let's get back to this.
When we were both in not a great place, the fact that I even remember it is shocking. You lived next door when you were in that building right off Sunset.
Sure.
You lived next door to my friend Jay.
Okay.
Jason. And he was also it was just not a good time for any of us, let's put it that way. And I seem to remember being out on the balcony, and somehow someone's shoes, maybe mine, got thrown over and like down in between the building, and then there was like I couldn't leave because I didn't have shoes. I mean, I could have left, but then we were like, I don't know. There was a lot going on in both that place and your apartment, so it was a wild ride. And I've run into you several times. So
wow.
Hi again.
Was that the?
I mean, you like, it was like rolling dice, like to meet me back then. You know, it could have been like a fun experience. It could have been an awful experience.
Same here. I'm
Right.
sure. I still have a few friends that I like partied with back in the day who I've stayed in contact with, who like, are cool people that weren't assholes and made it through. And I always say, I'm like, was I as bad as I thought I was? And they were like, well, I mean, not always.
Right.
But, I did have the nickname Kanye Mess. That was my...
That's great.
my friend Dutch gave me that nickname and when I used to spend a lot of time at the Roosevelt Hotel.
Okay.
And, yeah.
How much sobriety do you have now?
I stopped drinking, what is it now? 2011.
Okay.
So it's been a while. It's been a while. And, like, I was talking about this the other day. I was talking to somebody, and I was like, I thought I'd be the girl to, like, die with a cocktail in my hand. Like, that was my plan.
Yeah.
Well, my plan was to be done by 30. I didn't think I'd see my 30th birthday.
Yeah, me either.
And that was the way I lived, I was like, fuck it, none of this matters. Just go as hard as you can. And, like, the fact that I made it out of the situations that I often put myself in one piece, is pretty remarkable. I count my blessings for sure. But yeah, I didn't think I'd see my 30th birthday. So, like, I'm 39 now, and I'm like,
wow,
this shit's extra,
What was the rock bottom for you?
I don't know that there was, like,
But the
one
last
rock
day,
bottom.
the last day where you're just like, I gotta get help.
It was interesting. I actually stopped drinking and using, like, a couple years before my sobriety. It was like 2009. But I had relapsed after I got in a car accident, and I was using muscle relaxers because I broke my arm and really fucked up my neck and all that. And I just started taking, like, 2-3 Selmas at a time, and it was a really
Selmas were
short.
dope.
Jesus Christ! I think I wound, and I'm pretty sure I've talked about this before, but, like, I wound up at Swingers, the diner Swingers,
Sure.
like, trying to hold a fork, and I was just like, and my friend was there, like, what's wrong? And she's sober, and she was like, dude, and it had been, I don't know, maybe a month, not even, like, it was a very short time from, like, I was using them and then using them inappropriately,
Sure.
and then it was like, I just can't do this anymore.
Those things killed people
They
left
do.
and right,
I
too.
remember my doctor.
If you drank on Soma, like, you might
You
just
just
not
slur
wake
it.
up.
Drank on somas. Also, if you detox suddenly off of them,
Yeah.
they can cause really gnarly seizures and all that. I mean, I worked in treatment for a while before coming back to Fuller House. I worked in treatment for like 5 or 6 years.
Wow.
And yeah, I remember, that was the thing that I learned. I was like, oh, glad I didn't die. That's,
Right.
Yeah, wow.
And you don't hear about Somas anymore. It's like they kind of went away.
they went away. I mean, and I think it's like so not something in my, I'm
Right.
sure if I, asked, I'm sure I could find them, but like, it's so not even in my realm
Right,
of
right,
like
right.
that anymore.
That, working in recovery, did you ever hear that, like, statistically, the jobs that people have the highest rate of relapse are jobs where they work in recovery?
Yeah, it's one of the most stressful things I've ever done. I worked. I started as a tech and then worked my way up and was a director of operations for a while. And so I oversaw, a staff of like 120 people and
Oh,
a bunch
wow.
of different houses. And like, oftentimes you're hiring people that have been there for a year and then they're moving out and they
Right.
want to, So I think that's part of it too, is a lot of people, even if they have the year requirement, it's hard. And it's a hard environment to work in. There's a huge burnout rate. My boyfriend now is a social worker and has his master's, and works as a case manager and social worker and therapist and all that. And it's hard. My best friend's a therapist. She takes on people's shit all day long.
Right.
And it's hard, It's a
Yeah.
lot. But I did love it. I was very fortunate in that I went into the world of recovery and kind of threw myself in. I mean, I was making $10 an hour as a tech for a while and
Right.
emptying trash cans, and I was like, okay, this is just what it is, and I was fine with that. But it's it's a lot to take on because you care about these people, and getting
Right.
sober is not easy, and it's not pretty.
Right. It also, I think, feels pretty slippery to put your recovery out there, like, publicly. Like, I know I did that in a big way.
Right.
And at a certain point, like, I really kind of tried to back off of that a little bit.
Yeah, I do too. Like, I don't talk about it as often anymore. Like, it's just something that I'm like, it's not all that I am. And I know people are like always fascinated by like what was the worst point? I'm like, I don't know. It was all, I had fun. And then there were moments that I like wound up in the hospital, with acute alcohol poisoning or something. Or I wound up, like passed out on a sidewalk for hours and my friends couldn't get me up. Or like, there was a lot of shitty times, but there was fun times too. But then it just became more shitty times than good times, and then it was like, now we're...
Did you have fun? The last 4 years of me using, like, I didn't have fun once.
Dude, I was positive that I was having a blast.
Right.
Right.
But were you really?
Yeah, like the stress, my God, it was constant, just constantly fucking up everything.
I thought I was so cool. I thought that, like, I was having the greatest time, and, like, every once in a while, like, that wasn't the case. But, like, actually all the time I was awful.
Also,
now
when I had kids, that really changed it for me. Like, after I had Zoe, my older daughter, I was trying to get sober again. I had quit drinking when I was pregnant, and then it was like she was born, and I was like, I mean, I went from fucking partying to being a mom, and I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. It was terrifying, and I started drinking again, and then it was like, I've got to get sober. But I will say that was the point in my life that I really dealt with the huge resentment of being adopted and of my mom not being able to get her shit together enough. Like my biological mom.
Wow.
I think I always held on to that resentment. Like, was it me? Why wasn't I good enough? Why wasn't I, why couldn't I change you? And I think when I got to the point after I had my daughter and I was struggling to get sober and quit drinking, and all of a sudden I realized, I was like, oh shit, this has nothing to do with her. This is my sickness and my addiction issue that I have to deal with. And suddenly it was like I understood who that my biological mother was, and that she actually did the best thing she could for me, and that how sad that she couldn't get it. You know what I mean? And it gave me a different perspective on it. Having gone through it myself, I suddenly saw her in a whole new way, and this huge amount of forgiveness came about. And that was, you know, when I quit drinking. That was it. Like, I hadn't had a drink since then. You know, and again, like I said, I relapsed on the other stuff, but I hadn't had a drink since then, you know, and it was, that was what I needed. You know, that was a resentment that I didn't know how to heal until I was in it.
Wow. As I understand it, adopted kids, it's almost like a rite of passage to try to like track down your biological parents. Did you ever do that?
I did. I mean,
it was easy because
one has passed away, and well, they're both dead now. I never got to meet them, but I did finally get some pictures, and that was, I think, all I really wanted. You know, I remember, so fucking cheesy, but I remember the movie Antoine Fisher with Denzel Washington.
Okay.
And I remember seeing that movie, and it's about, like, the guy never meets his biological mom's a fucking crackhead and is a mess and all this stuff. And there was this one scene in it where he meets her, and he's so disappointed because she's still getting loaded and her life's still fucked up, and he's, like, gone off and gotten his shit together, and he's, like, this whole thing where he's like, I kept thinking maybe you'd come around the corner and, like, have ice cream for me, or, like, be there, or that... he's like, I saw you like this golden angel, and it hit me because I was like, oh fuck, I have this really idealized version of what this person was, and in doing that, I've like taken away her humanity a little bit because I have this expectation. And so like being able to kind of connect and understand her in a little bit different way once I was a mom really changed things for me.
That's heavy.
It is.
That's
it
deep
is.
and heavy.
It's deep and heavy,
fuck.
and I mean, fuck it. This
Yeah.
is, you know, it's funny. Like, I'm at that point now in my life where I'm like, if we're not talking about this shit, what's the point? Like,
Right.
I suffer from terrible anxiety still, PTSD, depression, you know, the whole fun gamut of like
Do you
mental
have
illness
any,
bullshit.
this is such an inappropriate question, but I'll just go for it. Do you take any fun, like, antidepressant meds?
Of course, thank God. You know,
Not that they're fun, but
not that
like...
they're fun, but they're necessary.
Yeah,
you know?
oh my God, for me, like, and I'm no doctor and I would never recommend anything, but personally, for me, Zoloft is so absolutely crucial to me.
It's true, and I think, you know, it's interesting too. There are some meds that I use, that have saved my life.
Yeah.
You know, I am not like suicidally depressed. You know,
100%. That's exactly it.
And I look at it as like, look, my brain just works a little differently, and it's not always the best. I'm trying. You know, I go to therapy. I do all the things that I know I'm supposed to do, but my brain just works a little differently.
Right.
And so I know I've seen people in the program really shame people for
Psych meds.
for psych meds and things like that, and I'm like, dude, outside help, motherfuckers. Outside help,
Yeah.
outside issue, not
For
your,
sure.
not your, you know.
Plus, in the history of Zoloft, I don't think anybody has ever taken it, like, for fun.
Right.
You know,
but I know
like-
people are, you know, they're, and I think often as any humans, group of humans get together, and all of a sudden everybody gets a little judgy.
Right,
you know?
for sure. But, like, the difference is, if I'm not taking Zoloft, then it takes a very minor disturbance for my head to just go straight to some crazy suicidal ideation.
Right. Oh, yeah.
And
yeah.
I'll-
You're like, that's it. Everything's done. Just let me just check out.
For sure. And I don't think that I ever got anywhere near actually, like, being proactive about suicide. I just simply wasted untold hours of time wallowing in this
Just fucking kill
perverse,
myself. Just
dark,
fucking-
planning out what it would, you know, how I would do it. And the sad reality is that I was always in my fantasies far too concerned with what would happen after I died to have ever been serious about dying.
Well, because you're like, but wait, I want to be there though. I want to see whatever.
Right.
I mean,
What's
my
everyone
plans
gonna
were
say?
always like, how will I make sure that my body's not found? You know, like, and I had such crazy ways for that. I I was
Oh
gonna,
boy, here we go.
Why wouldn't you want your body found?
Because I wanted to just fucking disappear and then
But
be
that's
like
the difference,
Elvis.
right?
Like,
It's-
is he alive or what?
But that's really what you wanted, right? You didn't necessarily want to die. You just wanted to disappear. I just don't want to do this shit.
That would make me like somehow like last forever, you know, if people didn't know.
Right,
like,
it's
fucking,
right.
You know?
You're going to be a constant
Wow.
mystery
People
that people
say-
are going to be trying to solve, right? And
Right.
the arrogance of that, right?
100%.
But anyone's going to probably give a fuck anyway.
For sure. For sure. So my plan was
Oh my
my
God.
favorite of the plans.
But your favorite, right? The one that you would read.
There's
all-
more
right.
practical ones, but my favorite of the plans was to rent a cube truck. Okay, like
a box
like
truck,
a box
right,
truck,
yeah.
like a U-Haul box truck.
Right.
Okay. Now, I would have like a super old school car in the back of the box truck.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
So it's all sealed up,
Right,
like in
that's
there.
just
So it's just
super-
like
that you can just
super
turn
carbon
on
monoxide
and, like,
right,
right.
right. Now the box truck would be like parked near a body of water.
Okay.
Right, actually, but not parked. It would actually be in drive mode,
Okay.
except it would have a huge block of ice on the brake. So I get
Holy shit, man! You really fucking went for it.
So I go in the back in the car and I get
And
going
just-
with that. Plus, on top of that, I got a hose coming out of the exhaust pipe of the cube truck running in. So I'm double
Just
timing.
right, because
Yeah, I got the-
even in your death, you'll be alcoholic about it.
right,
Because even as I'm dying, I want fucking
Right.
more. Right? Yeah.
100%. Yeah. So I got all the carbon monoxide coming from the cube truck, as well as coming from the car in the cube truck, all just hosed right into the
Right.
car with the windows
Right.
fucking rolled
P.S.
up.
None of this is a recommendation of how to do it because
Carbon monoxide is terribly unsuccessful so much of the time, and it leaves you a fucking in
with
an
a
awful.
vegetable, right?
Yeah.
And then look, none of it's good because it's always the you know.
But it's really dope that for the ice to melt, and then the truck
truck
then
just
drives itself
drives
into the
into
body
the
of water,
fucking-
and is never found because it's just under this random body of water in the middle of nowhere.
That's a plan and a half, my
Pretty
friend.
fucking cool.
Thank God for Zoloft. man.
And this has been an advertisement for Zoloft.
Yeah,
Right.
wow.
And it's crazy too because there was one point where I was in a relationship with someone who really looked down on the idea of psych meds, and I actually got off of them, and in black and white I could notice the difference,
Right.
man. And then I got back on them, and like everything was okay again.
Yeah. No, I think I've gotten to the place in my life where I'm like, you know what? Whatever I have to do to like save my mental health,
For sure.
I'm gonna do it, and I'm willing to do it. And like, I'm good. You know, this is my path. This is my journey. This is my
sure.
life. And like, I think I've just gotten to a place now, you know, past all of that stuff, where I'm like, I'm good. I have fucking anxiety. I mean, today
Right.
I was a mess. Just like I couldn't. Executive functioning was out the window today, and I don't know why. It was just one of those days where my brain was like eating itself alive. But I know it'll pass. I know it'll get better, and I have a great partner who's like so supportive of me, and he's like, just come sit down. It's okay. You know, you're good. But my life is so good today, and I also know like I've survived the shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's miserable. There are some days where you're like, I can't fucking do this. I can't do this. But you do it, and you get through it, and then eventually you look back and you go, oh shit, I did it. You know?
Mm-hmm.
And I was so fortunate getting to come back like and do Fuller House. I got to direct an episode,
Wow, super cool.
which is something that I want to focus on. Like I'm, having more meetings with different networks and stuff about getting back into directing. That's really where I want to focus my energy is like directing, producing. I've got a couple
Cool.
scripts that I'm working on with people, and
You're playing the lead in something coming up. Are you,
you got
not?
a lead role in a movie.
I did actually we shot it during quarantine in November.
Yeah.
And it's called "Will You Be My Quarantine?"
Yeah.
My quarantine.
I like
It's a
it.
cute little rom-com about like a relationship that develops during quarantine over Zoom, and then luckily there's a vaccine. I mean, we shot this in November when there wasn't a vaccine, and I remember thinking like, God, I really hope that there
It
is
works
one.
out.
Otherwise, this is
Right.
gonna be people are gonna be like, oh fuck, look at them, they're happy now they got a vaccine. We're still sitting inside,
Oh wow.
But yeah, that'll be coming out. I think we're gonna try to release it around Valentine's Day
Cool.
next year.
Sounds
But I
like a
did-
modern day You've Got Mail.
Exactly. Very similar. Very similar.
Yeah.
And I'm, working on writing a script with a friend, or actually she's writing it, but I'm working on trying to, pitch that and do stuff. So I'm trying to remember that like this business is it's up and down,
Right. Yeah.
It's all over the place, and that's okay.
It's gnarly.
Yeah.
It's gnarly. In between Full House and Fuller House, did you have like showbiz stuff going on?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I did, like I said, I did,
Party of Five.
Party 5. I did Brotherly Love when I first finished Full House. I was like 13, 14. I did
That
a
was
couple
the Lawrence
episodes of that.
brothers.
And I did a few other things, but then like I got married really young the first time.
How old?
It's been a few. I was 20 when I first got
Okay.
married, and ironically enough, my husband was a cop at the time, which I know people now are like, you were married to a cop. I'm like, yeah, I know. And then, I started getting sober and being not sober and fucking everything up. And, it's definitely been an up and down. And there was a time that I kind of walked away from the business because I was like, I don't know if it's what I want to do anymore. And so I moved into working in treatment, and I loved that. I wanted to be a case manager. I wanted to be a therapist. And then Fuller House came about, and we were pitching that, and then that happened, and my life completely pivoted again, and I got back to doing the thing that, like I said, I feel most at home doing.
Yeah.
And still trying to build on that and direct and do other stuff. And I've got my podcast, Never Thought I'd Say This.
Oh, cool.
That I do. We just started season 4 again. We just launched a YouTube channel.
Nice.
And it's me and my best friend Celia Behar, who our girls are about the same age, and we just talk about all of our parenting fuck ups and fails, and like how we don't know what the hell we're doing, and just the weird shit. It's a very raw, inappropriate look at parenting. Like my mom says, you'll love the show if you don't mind the F word.
Nice.
But I'm just trying to stay busy and doing that stuff. But
How long have you been doing the podcast?
we just celebrated our 2-year anniversary, but we've done 4 seasons, so we've done like 2 seasons a year.
Okay.
And where can they find it?
They can find it anywhere on Apple, on iTunes, Spotify, Stitcher,
Everywhere.
Anywhere you can get your podcasts, you can download it and subscribe to Never Thought I'd Say This, and on our YouTube.
Oh, that's the name of it.
That's the name of it. Never Thought I'd Say This.
I'd say this.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because we started out like neither one of us. We were like, I never thought I'd be a parent. And all and not only that, but like all the shit you're like, I never thought I'd have to ask someone like, please don't lick the toilet. Like I just, things that you have to say to kids as you're parenting, where you're like, I never ever thought this string of words would be put together and I'd have to direct it at another human being.
That's
because
funny.
what the fuck is happening right now?
That's funny.
That's epic.
Yeah.
Did I know that Netflix is like notoriously like kind of like not open about their numbers. Sometimes
We don't-
sometimes they choose to say, oh, well, this many households, whatever. Like everybody.
And it's never necessarily an accurate number. You never really know. But like independent, I don't even know what like companies have or people
there's
have
always
looked into it and
Nielsen.
tried to figure out kind of what their numbers are. And I do remember that I believe Fuller House, the season it premiered, was like one of their top watched shows that entire year.
cool.
So yeah,
I guess now
we
they
did
have
well,
like 1
but
through 10. You always know what the top.
they're
Was it
top,
top
10,
trending?
but like they
Right.
never. But that could be
Right.
anything, and
Right.
and I think the top 10. It's also like what your algorithm set. My type
Oh,
of
the
top,
top
10.
Is different for
the
everybody?
Top 10
I
for
think
my,
I don't know, but I do notice like sometimes my top 10. I'm like, oh, I don't have that in
When-
my kids.
If
When
it's
fu-
not fucking true crime, like really creepy,
That's
disturbing.
me too. I'm like, give me. I'm all about the fucking serial
Straight
killers.
murder.
I'm
Yeah,
actually
wow.
doing one of those like hunt a killer things. Like
Oh,
my
yeah?
boyfriend got it for me for Valentine's Day, like a 6-month subscription to one of those things where you like hunt the killer or whatever. It's it's a fake one, but I love that shit.
Wow.
Love it.
Hey, how many eyeballs were on Full House at its peak?
Oh God,
I'm
I know we
gonna
made
guess-
it to
I'm
number
gonna-
1 a few
But,
times, but we were in the top 10.
It was
lot.
network,
Is that like 10
right?
million?
It was ABC.
ABC.
And we were like the TGIF kind
Channel.
of.
And it was
Yeah.
prime time.
Right before
Friday
Family
nights.
Matters.
Friday nights.
Yeah, we did.
I'm guessing like, did you break 20 million?
Something like that, yeah, a lot. I mean, and we would fluctuate, but we were often in the top 10. Occasionally, I think we made it to number 1, depending on the episode. So it was a huge ABC show, you know, and
Dude,
Right.
it's huge.
yeah.
And it's huge on Netflix, so like, so there's no way of really
I wonder what has
calculating
more.
when it was
Right.
more popular. But
Yeah,
it makes
I don't
sense
know.
that it would be more popular now because you've got multiple generations.
Well,
of-
we've got multiple generations, and it's all over the world. Like, we shot an episode in Japan for Fuller House. We went over there for a few weeks. It was insane. Like, we arrived at the airport, and there were like 300 people there waiting for us. We would get followed everywhere.
Wow.
We had people camping out in our hotel. Like, Full House and Fuller House are huge in Japan. Also, I'm huge in Brazil. I have a ridiculous amount of following in Brazil. So if anyone out there from Brazil is listening, what's
Epic.
up? Germany.
Where's the craziest place that like you've had fans reach out to you or?
Oh my God. I mean, all over. Like, I've had fan mail literally from all over the world. I know Fuller House is in like 56 countries.
Wow. I remember one of the Seinfeld guys was like, dude, I was in Indonesia and I walked into this house and they were all huddled around this TV watching Seinfeld.
Seinfeld. Yeah.
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 Here,
What do you need?
I'm just gonna put this down so we can get a good thumbnail.
Oh, yeah. There we go.
Right on.
Right.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I think for you, the craziest place that when I've been with you would be Madagascar.
Madagascar. Yeah, I remember we were shooting Wild Boys, and we were on what was the Borneo, the little islands in
yeah.
Indonesia, and
Oh,
we were
wow.
filming with some like indigenous tribe, and they were filming being part of their ceremony.
I remember seeing Wild Boys. Yeah.
and this indigenous tribe guy like points to my tattoo that I got in the Hummer,
Right.
And he points, he goes, off-road tattoo.
Oh, really? Off-road
Yeah, it was
tattoo?
crazy. I couldn't understand what he was. I was like, what? Off-road tattoo. He said off-road tattoo. Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy, and I always think about too, you know, the impact that I've been able to have, and now with social media, even more. Like, it's still
Right.
out there, and you know, I'm super politically active now, and like
Okay.
very much involved in a lot of that. I just joined the board of a super PAC here in LA or in California that is really pushing young progressive candidates and trying to get them elected. And you know, I was really involved in all the protests. I was out at actions constantly. I, support a lot of, the Dude Did In Decline, like all of that protest art, kind of stuff like that. Like, that's my wheelhouse now. So I know I definitely, piss a lot of people off, but
Right.
But it's also something I'm super passionate about. So
Does Who's the Boss was before Full House, huh?
right around
Yeah.
the same time, yeah.
Oh,
Alyssa,
yeah?
Alyssa's on there.
Are you
Alyssa's
friends
on-
with Alyssa?
I am.
Because when you say, like your wheelhouse is political now, I feel like she's pretty political.
She's super political. Yes, I am friends with her.
Are your political sort of ideologies aligned?
We're similar. I'm definitely much farther left than
Okay.
most people. So yeah,
Good.
I'm one of those crazy leftist Hollywood liberal fuckers.
All right.
Is there?
I mean, the back of my shirt has like, all kinds of stuff on it from
Good.
Wow.
From
Cool.
change.org.
If,
So
if it's left to promote respect, then call
Yeah.
me left.
yeah, yeah. It's all about just trying to really broaden our horizons and make people aware of what the world is, what's actually going on in the world.
Okay.
And,
Since
yeah.
you brought up politics, can I ask you, would you have voted for Bernie Sanders?
Absolutely.
Fuck yeah, me too.
Absolutely. I would have voted for Bernie. I also liked some of Elizabeth Warren's platforms, but I don't think, and I really, I wish we could get more progressive candidates in, which is, a lot of the
Right.
candidates that I am now working with and promoting with this Super Bloom PAC are people that are endorsed by Bernie and that are very, really trying to push environmental issues and
Sure.
social justice issues and all that shit, because
Oh my God, my girl said something so fucking funny the other night. I was like trying to say, like, I was trying to like make a joke or something, because with all the heat records, I was
Oh my
like,
God.
I was like, babe, global warming is such a hoax, right? I
Right.
was joking, and she says, of course it's a hoax. The world is flat.
Did you watch that documentary, Flat Earthers?
No.
Oh my God! There's
I
a
forget-
fucking no, dude. If you want to lose your
I
mind,
can't even go down that rabbit hole.
no, but you have to because it's so like, it's. I watched it like this the whole time, just like these
I think
people
I
are
did
real.
see something.
It's on.
Space is fake. The Earth is flat.
Space is fake. The Earth is flat. And here, the best part is though, is these fucking people. Oh my God. So they're doing experiments, right? To say that the
I
world
did
is
see
flat.
that with the
Yes,
lasers.
The lasers,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I saw
and
that.
they don't, and it disproves their theory. And they're like, well, we need to adjust this so that it proves our theory. And you're
Right.
like, that's
I mean,
not how
there's-
science works.
There's so many like things that just are problematic for flat earthers. Like, say for example, if you're gonna fly to London, England, you're gonna fly east, right?
Right.
Across America and then across the Atlantic.
But
However, if
you
you're gonna
actually fly
fly,
up north, when you
right,
fly that way,
right.
you usually fly
sure,
up
sure,
and over.
true.
'Cause it's
But
shorter.
you would head that direction.
Right.
Conversely, if you're gonna fly to Australia, then you go the other way
Right.
because it's shorter. Because that would suggest roundness.
Well,
But
also,
no, but it's a big bubble. It's a big bubble, Steve. We're living in a dome. It's a dome. But my question is, where's the fucking sun go? How is it that every other planet is round except for us? What are you talking about? That's not how gravity works.
Well, also in like Dubai, they have the world's tallest building there, where they have a different. The sunset is later because it's so high up
right?
that it's the sunset's
but
later.
but they're like, it's just because it's a big
optics.
dome.
I know,
It's
You're like,
they're out there.
whoa.
They're totally out there. I posted at one point because like everyone was talking about flat Earth, and back on Wild Boys, I went in a Russian MiG fighter jet, like faster than the speed of sound, to the edge of the Earth's atmosphere. And I like to call myself a fucking cosmonaut for that, which is the Russian term for astronaut.
Right.
Of course, Chris Pontius made the point. If you go to the edge of a woman's pussy, that doesn't make you not a virgin.
And he's not wrong, technically. You know what I mean?
Right. But the thing was, though, I went up and
Right?
I went up
Well, what the fuck did Chris do? What plane is he
Right.
fucking in?
yeah, how'd
know
you
what I'm
get to
saying?
go on that and Chris didn't?
because there's only room for one person.
And
And I
because
just, I don't know, I wanted
Chris
to
only
do it
went to
more.
the edge.
Maybe.
What an honor.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
No.
right. Chris, yeah,
He's already been to a woman's vagina.
Right, but the thing was, I went up at like noon, and it was fully like not a cloud in the sky, totally blue, you
Right.
know, like sunny at noon, and going up, even though it was only to the edge of the Earth's atmosphere and not, you know,
Right.
beyond it. It was like fully. By the time we got up, like to whatever, however high. It wasn't sunny anymore. It was like straight fucking dark, and
Oh
I was
my
looking
God.
at the Earth, and it was curved.
That's
and I
so
took this picture.
wild. That's so
That's
wild.
crazy.
Dude, that's amazing. I don't have the balls to do that, but like that shit is amazing.
I took a picture of the fucking, like, it was dark,
Right.
and it was like looked like fucking space to
Looks
me.
like- right.
And I posted that for the flat earthers. I was like, dude, I took this picture, and they're like, yeah, fucking fisheye lens fucking makes everything curved.
That's so crazy, dude.
Right, you're like, what? Like, it just, like I said, I watched the whole documentary, like, oh my God.
I remember I did watch it when you
Yeah.
did
Sometimes,
the
sometimes you just have to watch the shit about the edge of
Right.
of reason, because I'm like, I need to know what these
Right.
what's going on the other side, and you're just like, wow. So like, this is what happens when you defund education for like
Oh my
2
God.
generations. You know,
Right.
You get people who don't think that the Earth is round.
It's something else. So Full House is still going. Fuller House is still going.
Yeah.
Is that right?
No, it's not. We
Okay, it's
finished
not.
in 2019. We did
Okay.
5 seasons, and we were really fortunate. We ended in November of 2019, right before the pandemic. So we got to
Uh-huh.
have a big celebration, and everybody on set, and it wasn't like a fucking weird thing.
Right.
So.
And you've got the Will You Be My Quarantine
Mm-hmm.
coming out.
That's going to be coming out next year, and then
I can't
Is
believe
that
I'm
like a
saying
full
this.
length, like 9?
I never thought I'd say this podcast, which is
Uh-huh.
season 4 just came out last week.
I
2
think
weeks
you're in the
ago.
minority of podcasts for having seasons. I think that threw us off because we're like, season.
Well,
huh?
we do it that way for like
How many episodes per season?
24.
24.
Shit.
Okay.
Yeah. We usually do it that way because then we're like, oh my God, I need to take a rest and like figure out who the hell we're going to have on next season.
We're
and, like,
Psycho.
Huh?
We're psycho. We don't rest.
I mean, what? Right.
I haven't had a day off in like 20 years,
He
probably.
doesn't want one. He doesn't want. We don't. We
I get it. I've had too many days off in the last year, and I'm like fucking going out of my mind.
We hate weekends. We hate holidays. We hate anything that stops productivity. Yeah. What about your social media handles?
Social
dude?
media, you can find me at Jody Sweeten on Instagram and Twitter, at official Jody Sweeten on Facebook, and I'm going to start a TikTok because I made a bet that once my best friend Celia got to 10,000 followers on Instagram that I'd start a TikTok because I'm like, I'm too old for this shit.
Right. I just posted a TikTok before we started recording. I bet it's already been taken down by TikTok for violating community guidelines. They're the most sensitive platform.
Well, TikTok's super sensitive. Instagram really didn't like me for a while. Like during 2020, I definitely, because I was so active in a lot of protests, I got shadow banned a lot.
Really?
I got my live turned off if I was at certain actions. Like I couldn't post live.
Wow.
I couldn't,
Crazy.
You
it
would
was
think
wild.
that Instagram would be like pretty aligned with
Not
liberal.
like I said, I'm pretty far
Oh,
off.
so
to the,
you're
yeah.
like straight Antifa.
I was joking with my dad. I'm like, I'm the president of Antifa. I have to go to a meeting. Dad.
Well,
He's
I
like,
didn't
what
even
the
know if
I'm like, shut up. It's
I
not.
said that like as a joke, like not knowing if I got it right. Is Antifa far left?
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, it's
okay.
Antifa's not far. Antifa is just anti-fascist, and I think we fought a big war about that. I'm
That
pretty
sounds
sure America's pretty
pretty
anti-fascist.
cool. I'm dying to know how many like comments this podcast gets where it's like unsubscribe.
Oh,
You
tons.
got, like,
I got into a huge thing on In Decline's post the other day about with like pro-lifers and pro-choice. Like it was.
I'm not pro-life or pro-choice. I'm pro-abortion
There you go. Well, they hung.
because I think some people should
not
not
have
be allowed to
kids.
have kids.
Okay, so here's the thing. I don't know if you follow In Decline. They're a big street art, graffiti art, protest art collective.
Okay.
And I'm friends with them. And they went to the Christ of the Ozarks.
I don't know what that means.
Which
Is
is
that in Missouri?
the Christ of the Ozarks is a smaller replica of that big giant Jesus in Rio.
Okay, gotcha.
And they have one there, and it's like a Jesus theme park.
Ozarks
basically,
being
in
like
the Ozarks.
Missouri?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they went in and they hung a giant sign off the Christ of the Ozarks that says "God bless abortions." And so I was like, "Thank you for doing this. This is, with all of those restrictions,
You have to get a license to catch a fish.
right? Yeah, you have to
But
get a license to drive a fucking car.
Right.
But
Any asshole can have a
any
kid.
asshole can have a kid.
Wouldn't it be kind of cool if you had to get a license to become a
or
parent?
just a class or two,
Right,
maybe,
like
you
right
know?
to get a license, right? Wouldn't it be kind of cool if to become a parent you had to like take a class in developmental psychology so you could understand what the implications of certain things that happen,
Absolutely.
like how malleable, how impressionable, like how important a human's first experiences are.
Or
Absolutely.
to babysit an infant for the weekend, and you're like,
that's
fuck
it
this.
too. Well, and
I mean-
it's funny. My 13-year-old daughter made the point. She was like, so if you're 15, like you can't adopt a baby because you're not fiscally responsible enough, and you're not mature
Who's-
enough.
who's to say
She
you're not
was like,
fiscally
but you can
responsible enough?
have a baby at 15 and no one's gonna stop you. She's like, so why wouldn't you want the option? It was just it's
Right.
an interesting point. But like I said, I definitely get into it with people on the internet because I really in 2020, like all of my fucks went out the window. There was very few hanging on, and then the rest of them were just like, you know what, peace out. You're gonna go crazy, and I was like, yep, I'm ready.
I love that so much. So
I just don't. At this point, I'm like, I don't have time to just not be fully who I am. Like, I'm 39 years old. I'm over the bullshit. The world is on fire. Like,
Right.
literally, who cares? Just
I know.
you got to stand for something. And I am very passionate about the things I believe in, and I feel like I have a platform and a perspective that hopefully will reach people that maybe aren't aware of some of the things. You know what I mean?
Right.
And or people just fucking hate me. That's cool too. Like I lose followers all the time. I gain followers all the time. I'm like,
right.
I am who I am.
Yeah, I generally try to like steer clear of politics and stuff, just because like I don't really care to alienate people, and it's just like
Right.
too much. It's too much of a
Yeah, and I definitely, before
I applaud you. I applaud
you.
you for your bravery to be in that forum. But I
a
think
lot.
I can safely say nobody cares about Steve-O's political opinion.
Right, and it's not even.
Yeah.
I know that like Jody Sweeten's political opinion isn't the thing. It's more like I know that I reach an audience probably of a lot of middle America,
Right.
white people that maybe aren't aware of some of these things or aren't exposed to the diversity of communities that we have here in LA and that I've grown up with. And, I just feel like trying to be an ally and trying to, talk about that stuff. And I definitely consider it before I started doing it. Like
Right.
first post, when I posted about, it was about actually sexual assault. And I posted about it, and I knew it was going to be really polarizing because it was Christine Blasey Ford's testimony or whatever, and I posted about my own experience with it. And I was like, well, here we go. And, there was one little fuck went flying away. And then, and then, 2020 happened, and I was like, oh, let's go. And I went for it. So I always say, I don't want to alienate anyone. I'm trying to educate people. But also, if you come to my Instagram page and you start talking shit to me, I'm going to go at you. Because it's like you came to my door,
Wow.
knocked on it, and then started
you
yelling at
engage
me. So then you get mad when I punch you in the face after I've told you to leave and you don't. That's just what it is.
So you'll engage with it, huh? Like negativity?
I will. It's not even that I engage with it, but it's like if people come on, I've gotten death threats. I've gotten all kinds of wild shit. If people come on my page and want to insult me directly, I'm like, I'll have some words for you. And I have some things to say. Because like I say, I go, you showed up here and came here to engage in this conversation. I didn't follow you. I don't go on other pages.
Understood.
What I mean?
But by having words for them, you're giving attention to them, and kind of in my
Sure.
view, it's just if it's negative, fucking delete, block.
I do that
move
with
on.
a lot of stuff. It depends on what it is. It depends on if people are like, I've had some people on there who I will engage it with that are completely opposite of me, and I can engage in calm debate all day long. Like, I'll have a conversation with you, but if you want to come on my page and say some shit, I'm going to say something back, and then I'm going to be like, and now I'm done with you.
All right. Well, I'm going to tell everybody to go to your page and say nice stuff.
Stay nice stuff.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. I post about fun stuff a lot of the time, too, but I post about my life and what I'm really passionate about. I hate the narcissism of Instagram and social media. It's why I don't like having a lot of platforms, because I'm like, what the fuck why do I want to see my face more? You know what I mean? I'm so, it's like, it feels so narcissistic, and it's so not me that
Sure.
at least when I feel like I am trying to take action or trying to promote something that I believe in, it feels a little less about me. I just don't
Right.
like making things about me.
I've always been about making everything about me. I'm just,
As evidenced by your suicide plan.
yeah, I'm a card-carrying fucking attention whore all the way through.
You're kidding. I've never watched seasons of Jackass, Wild Boys. You're
Right.
kidding. No.
Wow, we went well over an hour. The
I'm
air
so
conditioning's
sorry.
still going. Oh, all good.
Okay.
All good. It's been a treat. And anything else we can direct people to?
Not right now, but I'm sure, follow me at Jody Sweeten on Instagram, Twitter, all that. I'm always talking about new projects. I post a lot of stuff for the podcast at Never Thought I'd Say This. You can also follow it there. But yeah, I'm, hoping for directing projects. I'm really that's my goal for this year. I try and set a goal each year.
Let's get you a gig as Scarlett Johansson's sister or
Let's
something.
do that.
Yeah.
Steve-O, make it fucking happen.
Yeah, I love it.
That's what we'll do, is everyone go and somehow just start posting
Right.
about that.
I mean, I see it.
I see it too.
It works for me. Awesome. Well, hey, thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Thank you for having me on. It's
Yeah,
been a
nice to
pleasure
meet
see
you.
you guys. Yeah.
What can I say, man? That was a good time. Maybe not as good of a time as Lux and I are about to have, considering she just got home and it's Blue Chew tablet time. But still, the Jody Sweeten episode was a lot of fun. And thank you for sticking around to the very end, because as I always say, it's you guys who stick around to the very end who mean the most to me. And hopefully I'm going to see you guys on my bucket list tour, man, because COVID allowing, I'm fucking going everywhere. Yeah. Okay, baby.